Chapter 660. Eternal Fragment, 100 military credits per piece, only available for special armies. That was what was written on the third scroll. What a huge loss. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing wanted to roar at the sky to vent his frustration. His body was close to that of a half-step Supreme, and he had once fought with Red Lotus Supreme. However, Red Lotus Supreme had succeeded in achieving eternity, and he hadn't managed to break through before the calamity arrived, so he was still a third-step Celestial Venerable. In the end, he had no choice but to rely on Red Lotus Supreme's eternal universe to achieve eternity. Although he hadn't achieved eternity, he was the only one in the entire primordial realm Chaos Sea who understood eternity apart from the two supreme beings. Of course, this didn't include Jiang Ci. If he did, the two supreme beings wouldn't be a match for Jiang Ci. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing knew the importance of eternal fragments to eternity, and he also knew that celestial venerables and Tao lords could use them to improve their cultivation. However, even eternal supreme beings couldn't bestow such things to others. Therefore, in the entire Chaos Sea, he had never heard of an ownerless eternal fragment being circulated. Now, he saw it in the army of Dream Origin Sector. When he saw the words on the scroll, Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing was overjoyed. However, when he saw the exchange conditions, he could only smile bitterly. Why should I join an ordinary army? Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing was depressed. His body was close to that of a half-step Supreme. With such strength, he could easily join the special army if he performed well during the selection process. However, he was worried that if he performed too well, he might be noticed by the upper echelons of the army and risk being exposed. After all, he was an outsider. Once his identity was exposed, he would be in danger. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing deliberately suppressed his strength when he joined the army, only displaying the strength of a first-step Celestial Venerable. If I knew there were eternal fragments, I would have joined the special army. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing smiled bitterly. It's not too late. If I perform well enough in an ordinary army, I can also join the special army. With my strength, it won't be difficult. He was full of anticipation. His miniature universe had been destroyed by the calamity, and he had long given up on the idea of achieving eternity. Now, when he saw that there were ownerless eternal fragments available for exchange, that idea started to beat in his heart. Perhaps he could find a way to achieve eternity in Dream Origin Sector, even without a miniature universe. The Tsangming mountain range was an incomparably vast mountain range. There were countless ferocious beast experts entrenched here. It was a very powerful ferocious beast force. At this moment, in the outermost region of the Tsangming mountain range. Whoosh! A black seventh-order flying boat appeared out of thin air in a dense forest at the outermost periphery. Then, one figure after another flew out, and the flying ship disappeared. It was the small group of Jiang Ci, Tu Itachi, and Cheng Wan. After everyone came out, they were very vigilant and carefully observed their surroundings. We have arrived at the Tsangming mountain range. Cheng Wan looked at everyone. Shanhai, Tu Ji, let's part ways here. I wish you two good luck. The other warriors also looked at Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi and gave their blessings. Thanks a lot, Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi said. Among the three groups in the third squad, the one that the two of them liked the most was Cheng Wan's group. However, this was a disaster-level mission, so it was normal for the other party to not bring them along. The two of them would not complain about anything. Let's go. Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi transformed into streams of light and quietly flew into the forest. Teleportation would cause spatial fluctuations, and they might be noticed by the ferocious beasts in the mountain range. Therefore, they were very careful and only flew forward. Cheng Wan and the other warriors watched as Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi left. The two recruits have already left. It's time for us to take action. Cheng Wan looked around. Clouds lingered as the roars of beasts could be heard from afar. Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi, the two pitiful recruits, were at the outermost periphery of the Tsangming mountain range. They were carefully hiding in a lush bush. Back in the great Yanqi wilderness, I could do whatever I wanted. No one dared to provoke me. But after coming to the Tsangming mountain range, it's like this. Tu Itachi growled unwillingly. Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. This eternal second generation. Don't think about such useless things. We have to at least survive this mission. If we don't complete the mission, your father won't be able to save you. Jiang Xi said. Tu Itachi nodded and asked, then what do you think we should do now? 10,000 military credits. There are many fierce beasts in the Tsangming mountain range, but once we start fighting, we will definitely be discovered. With our strength, the two of us can't even kill a first-step Empyrean, let alone complete the 10,000 military credits. Jiang Xi also frowned. Killing a first-step Empyrean was only 100 military credits. Did he really have to kill 100 first-step Empyreans? With his strength, he could indeed easily kill a first-step Empyrean. But in this environment, the fierce beasts in the Tsangming mountain range might not give him the chance to kill 100 first-step Empyreans. Mountain Sea, do you have any ideas? Tu Itachi was very impatient. What's the rush? Jiang Xi shouted. The mission's duration is 10,000 years. We have enough time to slowly search for an opportunity. The time is quite long, but I still can't think of a way to complete the mission. Tu Itachi was dejected. Tu Itachi. Jiang Xi looked at the eight-hooved fierce beast and said, if you listen to me during this mission, we will move together. If you don't, then we will move alone. Tu Itachi's eyes lit up. You have a way. As long as you have a way to let us live, I will do whatever you want me to do. Of course, I won't do it if you want me to die. We can think of a way. Right now, we need to understand the situation in the outermost area of the Tsangming mountain range. Only then can we search for an opportunity. If we don't even understand the situation and start making plans, that would be stupid. Jiang Xi said. Tu Itachi nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Jiang Xi shouted. In the following days, Jiang Xi brought Tu Itachi to the outskirts of the Tsangming mountain range and began to secretly investigate. Everything was done with caution. They had to understand the situation first before looking for an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled in the mountains. Two figures that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust were hiding in the bushes. It was Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. About 1,000,000 kilometers away, dozens of figures were engaged in a chaotic battle. Every one of them had the aura of a Tao Lord. Trash from the Maelstrom tribe. You lost last time, and now you dare to attack us. Roar. Everyone, attack together and kill the trash from the Maelstrom tribe. A giant beast covered in scales roared. Next to it were 12 other beasts that looked similar to it. Roar. Kill these trash. Trash from the Maelstrom tribe. The group of beasts roared and charged at the group of muscular tribal warriors. The tribal warriors looked similar to humans, but they looked extremely barbaric. They all held huge axes and hammers and roared. Last time, you lost in the Tsangming mountain range. Our Maelstrom tribe won. Brothers, kill these beasts. Kill. Nearly 20 tribal warriors were all laughing wildly, looking extremely barbaric. They were fast and powerful, and they fought the beasts one after another. Suddenly, the space around them started to tremble. Turbulent energy formed a tide that wreaked havoc in the forest. The tribal warriors had the advantage in numbers, while the beasts had the advantage in numbers. It was hard to determine a winner in a short time. They're fighting each other in the mountain sea. Tu Itachi looked carefully and transmitted his voice. Moreover, they don't have grade 7 armor treasures. This kind of battle will consume their energy quickly. I think it won't be long before someone dies. We can wait here and snatch the corpses of those vicious beasts. This disaster-level mission was to use the bodies as proof of military merit. Therefore, they didn't have to kill the beasts themselves. As long as they had the bodies of the beasts in the Tsangming mountain range, it would be fine. Don't worry. Jiang Xi frowned and transmitted his voice. We've been exploring the Tsangming mountain range for so long, and we haven't gotten any military merit. Tu Itachi was very anxious. Don't worry. Think about it. We've been exploring the Tsangming mountain range for so long, and we've found 3 battles. Jiang Xi transmitted his voice again. The Tsangming mountain range occupies a vast area, and we've only explored a little. We've already found 3 battles. How many battles are there in the Tsangming mountain range? Jiang Xi was very calm. Tu Itachi was stunned. He thought carefully and said, tens of thousands. After saying this, he turned pale with fright and realized that something was wrong. Jiang Xi continued, moreover, you should have noticed that the other beasts in the Tsangming mountain range must have sensed the huge commotion, but none of them came to help. We didn't hear the Maelstrom tribe's name in the previous 2 battles. What kind of power do you think the Maelstrom tribe is? The Maelstrom tribe? Tu Itachi understood and explained, the Maelstrom tribe is located in the Maelstrom Lake. It's a very powerful tribe very close to the Tsangming mountain range. The Tsangming mountain range is led by 3 eternal sovereigns. The Maelstrom tribe is led by 4 eternal sovereigns, while the Maelstrom tribe is led by 4 eternal sovereigns. However, because these 2 forces were too big, they rarely fought and killed each other. After all, once a war breaks out, both sides will suffer great losses. No matter which side wins, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. Jiang Xi listened and nodded. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he asked, if these 2 powers aren't at war, will there be so many warriors and beasts fighting each other? No. Tu Itachi immediately denied it. If there's no war, they'll restrain their warriors and prevent them from starting a war. Jiang Xi laughed and confirmed his guess. But now we've encountered 3 battles in a row. This means that the Tsangming mountain range and the Maelstrom tribe are at war. Perhaps this is the time when both sides are resting. That's why these Tao monarch warriors and beasts are fighting each other. What do you mean? Tu Itachi asked. Since they're at war, let's think of a way to make the celestial venerables of both sides fight each other. Then we'll take the opportunity to collect the corpses. Jiang Xi said. Make the celestial venerables fight each other? That's too difficult. Tu Itachi shook his head. It's indeed difficult to make a large group of celestial venerables fight each other, but it's possible to make individual celestial venerables fight each other. Jiang Xi smiled. He already had a plan. Listen to me. Follow me. Then, Jiang Xi led Tu Itachi through the bushes and headed to another place. The borders of the Azure Wave Mountains. Groups of Daolord warriors and wild beasts were engaged in small skirmishes here, and there neither side had any celestial venerables. For these 2 organizations, these Daolord battles were a form of tempering for their own Daolords before the true end war. The celestial venerables would not easily intervene. After all, celestial venerables were the backbone of any force in the Dream Origin realm. Kill! Kill! Burly tribal warriors stomped on the ground and charged towards the beasts. All of them were Tao monarchs. If they were in the Chaos Sea, they would definitely be the pillars of the various tribes. However, in the Dream Origin realm, Tao monarchs were the most ordinary existences. Moreover, only a place like this could easily withstand a battle of this level. So many Tao monarchs were fighting each other, but the space was so stable that there were no signs of cracks. If they were in the Chaos Sea, the void would have exploded long ago. Boom! A Daolord-level tribal warrior swung an enormous warhammer, smashing a wild beast flying backwards. In the next moment, another beast pounced on him and knocked him to the ground. The beast's fangs glinted coldly as it tried to tear the warrior's body apart. Crack! Then, a giant axe fell and chopped off the beast's head. It was a chaotic battle. The tribal warriors and beasts in this area were fighting each other ferociously. Retreat. Tribe ancestor orders us to retreat immediately. The warriors of the Whirlpool tribe suddenly received the order to retreat. They did not continue fighting and obeyed the order. A group of tribal warriors retreated as they fought. Then, they entered a warship and quickly left this area. Only a group of beasts were left, roaring in anger. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Tribe ancestor orders us to retreat. Almost at the same time, in the outermost area of the Tsangming mountain range. The tribal warriors who were fighting or hiding somewhere all received the order to retreat. These tribal warriors quickly retreated and left the Tsangming mountain range. Strange. Jiang Xi, who was quietly moving forward, suddenly stopped. Why can't I see any of the Whirlpool tribe's experts? Yeah, it's too strange. It's as if they all disappeared. Tu Itachi was anxious. What should we do? How are we going to carry out your plan? How are we going to provoke them? Riverward frowned. This was an unexpected situation that he had not expected. According to his speculation, there were tens of thousands of small-scale Dao monarch battles in the outermost area of the Tsangming mountain range. With so many Dao monarchs, the Whirlpool tribe would send at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. And according to the degree of protection the Dream Origin Plane gave their Dao monarchs, there would definitely be heavenly venerables secretly guarding them to prevent any special situations from happening. Jiang Xi had sneaked in just now to find the heavenly venerables of the Whirlpool tribe. Not to mention heavenly venerables, we can't even see a Dao monarch now. If this continues, when can we complete the mission? 10,000 military credits. Tu Itachi was anxious and helpless. Clearly, he was very impatient. Cut the crap. Jiang Xi growled. This situation made him a little vexed. If the Whirlpool tribe really retreated and did not intend to start a war, his plan of benefiting from the conflict between the Sandpiper and the Clam could not be carried out. 10,000 military merits was a big problem for him. Chapter 661. Why aren't they fighting anymore? We found 6 battles between the Void World tribe and the Tsangming mountain range. Why can't we find any of them now? More than 10 figures were hiding in the grass. The leader was the captain of the 3rd squad, Yin Ji. The others were naturally the warriors following him. They had encountered 6 battles before, and they had waited until the end before finding the right opportunity to fight for the treasures. They had even disguised themselves as warriors of the Void World tribe to kill the Daolord beasts of the Tsangming mountain range. There were too many warriors of the Void World tribe anyway. Many of the Daolord warriors of the Void World tribe had never seen each other before, so they weren't afraid of being recognized. The beasts of the Tsangming mountain range wouldn't be able to tell if they were from the Void World tribe. They looked like humans at first glance. Then they were from the Void World tribe. Kill. Captain, what should we do? Yeah, should we continue to disguise ourselves as warriors and kill the beasts of the Tsangming mountain range? Some warriors couldn't help but ask their captain. Everyone was very anxious. Yin Ji's expression was indifferent, and he wasn't affected by this. He said in a low voice, "No, we haven't seen any Daolord warriors of the Void World tribe for so long. It's very likely that they've all retreated. If we continue to disguise ourselves, the experts of the Tsangming mountain range in charge of this battle will definitely suspect our identities." There were more than 10,000 small-scale battles before, but all of them suddenly disappeared. Only one battle is left. This abnormal situation will make them suspicious, and they might even send a team of celestial venerables over. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. Clearly, Yin Ji was very calm. After hearing this, the warriors all nodded. Then what should we do now? A warrior asked. Wait. Yin Ji's expression didn't change. The Void World tribe and the Tsangming mountain range are fighting so fiercely. Even if they stopped fighting, there should be many small-scale battles. Now that they've all stopped fighting, it's even stranger. We can't act rashly. At this moment, in the sky above a wasteland 100,000 light-years away from the Tsangming mountain range, many towering figures floated in the air. They all had extremely powerful auras, and there were nearly 10,000 of them. They were all celestial venerables. Occasionally, some celestial venerables would fly over from afar. Behind them, a large number of Daolord squads quickly. A dense cluster of Daolord warriors filled the skies. Patriarch, all the Daolord squads that went to the Tsangming mountain range to train, as well as the celestial venerate warriors that were secretly guarding it, have all returned. A third-step celestial venerate bowed respectfully towards the three figures at the very front. To be able to make a third-step Empyrean so respectful, he was naturally an eternal supreme. The Whirlpool tribe had 4 eternal supremes, and 3 of them had come this time. The 3 figures standing at the very top of the void were all exuding boundless power, affecting the void. In fact, the space-time where all the tribal warriors were now in was the space-time domain of their leader, the Eternal Supreme. Turning nothingness into reality, this was the technique of an eternal sovereign. The Tsangming mountain range has provoked my Void Thread tribe many times. An icy cold voice that contained boundless rage resounded through space. Last time, those ferocious beasts dared to attack our Void Wallow tribe. This time, we'll let them know that the Vortex tribe isn't a tribe that fierce beasts like them can provoke. What we need to do is to use death to punish the Tsangming mountain range. The cold voice was filled with intense killing intent. Punishment. 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 Instantly, angry roars resounded through the entire spacetime, and all the tribal warriors were filled with fighting spirit. Let's go. The tribe ancestor who looked like a towering giant gave the order. Boom. Over 1,000,000 Tao monarchs and nearly 10,000 heavenly venerables suddenly disappeared along with spacetime. In a forest at the outermost edge of the Tsangming mountain range, Jiang Xi and 2 Itachi were hiding in the grass, deep in thought. Now that all the warriors of the Whirlpool tribe had disappeared, their previous plan to reap the benefits could only be abandoned. Do we really have to go deep into the tiger's den? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Going deep into the tiger's den was a last resort that Jiang Xi had thought of. This was also why he had brought 2 Itachi with him in the first place. Wandering tribal warriors naturally wouldn't dare to go deep into the Tsangming mountain range, but ferocious beasts could. He could hide in 2 Itachi's treasure space and let 2 Itachi go deep into the Tsangming mountain range to look for opportunities to hunt down lone heavenly venerables. Although it was dangerous, it was definitely better than waiting here. What should I choose? Jiang Xi weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Once the heavenly venerables of the 2 factions started fighting, he could secretly attack and steal the corpses of the heavenly venerables. This was both safe and efficient. The downside was that the opportunity was too rare. Going deep into the tiger's den would give him more opportunities, but it would also be more dangerous. At this moment, Jiang Xi sensed something and looked up. He saw a black mass of figures suddenly appear in the sky above the Tsangming mountain range. At a glance, there were more than 1,000,000 of these figures. These figures were incomparably majestic as they stood in the sky. Each of them was more than 10,000 kilometers tall. When they stood together, they were like endless black clouds that covered the entire sky. Whoosh! Jiang Xi was stunned. His eyes widened. He had never seen such a shocking scene before. Although the White Flame Legion had far more Tao monarchs than the Black Cloud, the soldiers in the camp were scattered. The shock they gave him was definitely not as great as the millions of Tao monarchs. Millions of Tao monarchs. Experience points. Jiang Xi's eyes turned red again. War. 2 Itachi also looked up excitedly. His eyes were filled with surprise. This is the war between the Whirlpool tribe and the Tsangming mountain range. This is the real war, not the small skirmishes from before. The 3 at the front must be eternal supremes. Even such experts have joined the battle. This is definitely a rare war in the entire Dream Origin sector. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky to see such a war. I've only seen such a war since I was born in the Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. I didn't expect to see it again today. Tuatachi roared like a madman. Rumble, at this moment, the sky changed color and space changed. In an instant, everything in the vast Sangming mountain range disappeared. Including Jiang Xi, Tuatachi, Yin Ji, Qing Wan, Quan Zhu, and the other warriors of the third squad who were hiding in other places. They were all trapped in an eternal spacetime. The outermost area of the Sangming mountain range was covered by a gray spacetime barrier from top to bottom. It was as if the entire Sangming mountain range was separated by an eternal spacetime at this moment. Turning void into reality. Eternal Supremes. Jiang Xi held his breath. This was the first time he saw a real Eternal Supremes in action. After coming to the Dream Origin sector, he was no longer restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the Chaos Sea. He could already check the complete legacies of 8 Clouds and Qingyuan. From these legacies, he had already learned many techniques of Eternal Supremes. Turning void into reality was the most iconic technique. It should be known that the spacetime domains of Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables were all illusory. However, Eternal Supremes could turn such illusory spacetime domains into reality. In the Dream Origin sector, every Eternal Supremes was an overlord. If they were in the Chaos Sea, they could use this technique to create an eternal universe so that they and their tribe would never fall. At this moment, the entire Sangming mountain range was completely isolated from the outside world. It was surrounded by spacetime barriers in all directions. Idiots of the Whirlpool tribe, how dare you take the initiative to invade my Sangming mountain range? A pleasant voice that sounded like the sound of spring water sounded directly in this spacetime. For a moment, the spacetime that enveloped the Sangming mountain range fluctuated as if there were 2 spacetimes that were fighting for control. Rumble. A large number of ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out from the depths of the Sangming mountain range. Many heavenly venerable beasts gathered in groups. There were close to 10,000 of them and they were roaring angrily. In front of these heavenly venerable beasts, there were 3 even larger figures. The leading ferocious beast had black scales all over its body. It looked like an octopus with many tentacles and a total of 9 heads. Each of them had a face similar to that of a human. It was beautiful and moving. She was Sangming Supremes. In the legends of the Dream Origin sector, she had been ruling the entire Sangming mountain range. She was an extremely ancient and terrifying existence. Roar! Roar! When Sangming Supremes rushed out with 2 other Supremes and close to 10,000 heavenly venerables, then, a large number of Tao Lord-level beasts followed behind them. They covered the mountains and plains and gathered into a sea. Then, they rushed into the sky one by one. The final battle was about to break out. In a lush bush at the outermost area of the Sangming mountain range. Jiang Xi and Tuatachi raised their heads carefully and watched the confrontation between the 2 forces in the sky. Sangming Supremes are extremely powerful even among Eternal Supremes. Tuatachi transmitted his voice filled with amazement. That's why the Sangming mountain range has remained standing for countless years. Even my father, Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord, was amazed by Sangming Supreme's strength. She's an existence close to Grand Supremes. It's just that she has a strange temper and is hard to please. That's why no Eternal Supremes have been willing to befriend her for so long. Tuatachi told Riverward all the secret information he knew. Then how did the other 2 Supremes of the Sangming mountain range come? Jiang Xi asked. That's because. Tuatachi laughed strangely. They were chased by their enemies and had nowhere to run. That's why they had no choice but to rely on Sangming Supremes, who have the worst temper. According to my father, he can destroy those 2 Eternal Supremes with a wave of his hand. Jiang Xi was shocked by his words. The gap between Eternal Supremes was so huge. On second thought, Jiang Xi understood. He was still a Tao Lord, but he could easily kill a first-step heavenly venerable. Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord was an eternal supremes. It was not difficult for him to kill an ordinary supremes. Too sure, as far as I know, many powerful tribes and beasts only have eternal supremes at most. Could it be that there aren't any stronger than eternal supremes? Riverward probed. He was still not sure if there was a Chaos Prime super expert in the Dream Origin world. Stronger? Tu Itachi's eyes were burning with passion. The strongest tribe and beast forces in the Dream Origin world are only eternal supremes. Is there any stronger existence in the Dream Origin world? Yes. Tu Itachi's voice was filled with anticipation. Jiang Xi's eyes flickered. There really is. There are 4 armies in the Dream Origin world: Mountain Shield Army, White Flame Army, Styx River Army and Green Wind Army. The 4 generals in charge of the 4 armies are existences beyond eternal supremes. Tu Itachi added, we call them Chaos Primordial Immortal Generals. They are the most capable generals of His Majesty the Divine King. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. It seemed that the strongest power in the Dream Origin world was Chaos Primordial Immortal Generals. There should not be any Chaos Primordial Immortal Kings. After all, His Majesty the Divine King had disappeared for a long time. He might even have died. Otherwise, so many experts in the Dream Origin world would not be trapped here for so long. When Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi were hiding in the grass and discussing with each other through voice transmission, the eternal supremes of the 2 forces in the sky were also negotiating. However, the negotiation fell apart after a short while. Sang Ming, you are too arrogant. You really don't want to leave any soup when you eat meat and bones? Do you really think that the 4 supremes of our Void tribe can't deal with you? You want to drink soup? Then join me and be my subordinates. If I am happy, I will reward you. How arrogant. Then you're the one who's courting death today. Warriors of the Void tribe, fight for me and punish these savage beasts. Along with the angry roars, the 2 forces in the sky started fighting. As the saying went, soldiers fought soldiers and generals fought generals. The experts of the 2 forces were rushing at each other rapidly. It's starting. Jiang Xi looked up at the sky. He felt that the 2 dark clouds that covered half of the sky collided and merged together. It's starting. Tu Itachi was also very excited. The situation of the battle was ever-changing. It was hard to say who would win. Although the Eternal Supremes had a great influence on the overall situation, in such a situation where both sides were evenly matched, the low-level warriors had a greater influence. Because when quantity reached a certain level, it could make up for the difference in quality. Tao Lords were indeed weaker than Celestial Masters. However, when tens of thousands of Tao Lords attacked together, they could still make Celestial Masters flee in panic. Celestial Masters were weaker than Eternal Supremes. Even when thousands of Celestial Masters attacked together, they could still fight Eternal Supremes head-on. This was the Dream Origin realm. The complete inheritance allowed them to have more combat skills. Their bodies and primordial spirits could unleash explosive power. Thousands of warriors could attack together, and so on. This was something that the Chaos Sea couldn't compare to. Kill. Roar. Kill. 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 The sky darkened. The Tsangming mountain range that was enveloped by the eternal spacetime was in chaos. In the clash between the 2 super forces, the ones who died the fastest were the Tao Lord warriors and beasts. In the face of some terrifying group attacks and the full-strength attacks of Celestial Masters, many Tao Lords were swept away and killed directly. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. Chapter 662. One after another, the corpses of Tao Lord warriors and wild beasts fell from the sky. Wild beast corpses. Tu Itachi's eyes lit up as he watched the Tao Lord warriors and wild beasts fall. These are all military merits. He eagerly sent a voice transmission to Jiang Xi. Mountain Sea, hurry up. We can take advantage of the chaos to collect the Tao Lord corpses. Perhaps we'll be able to collect 10,000 corpses. That way, we'll be able to complete the military mission. Jiang Xi remained calm. Although there are more than 1 million Tao Lord wild beasts in the Tsangming mountain range, it's impossible for all of them to die. It'll be good enough if 30% of them die. It'll take some time to collect 10,000 Tao Lord corpses. The risk of being noticed by both sides is too great, so it's very difficult and unrealistic. If we're going to collect corpses, we're going to collect heavenly venerate corpses. Jiang Xi concluded. Tu Itachi grew anxious as he watched the wild beast corpses fall from the sky. Collect heavenly venerate corpses? Mountain Sea, you're too arrogant. How strong do you think you are? Every heavenly venerate is an important expert of their respective faction. Once a heavenly venerate dies, a specialized heavenly venerate will collect the corpse. They won't give you a chance to attack at all. Do you want to snatch it from them? Do you still dare to participate in a battle between heavenly venerates when two major factions are at war? Do you know that you're courting death? Tu Itachi was both anxious and furious. Jiang Xi still shook his head calmly. How foolish. Tu Itachi was truly anxious. During the selection battle, he'd seen that Jiang Xi could defeat him and that the recruits could defeat the two of them. That was why he'd followed Jiang Xi. Moreover, he'd planned to pretend to be weak and follow Jiang Xi. Once they encountered true danger, with his life-saving trump cards, Jiang Xi would definitely be the first to die. He was confident that he could escape. However, he hadn't expected Jiang Xi to be so crazy. Tu Wei no longer dared to continue following Jiang Xi. If this continued, Jiang Xi would die, and he would most likely lose his life in the chaotic battle between Empyreans. You have no idea what a disaster-level mission means. If that's the case, then we'll do our best. I'm not going to accompany you. Tu Ji said angrily. Whoosh. He quietly left and approached the chaotic battlefield in the distance. Jiang Xi didn't say anything. He just shook his head gently. After joining the army, his only companion had left. This eternal second generation has never truly trusted me. Luckily, he didn't trust me. If he didn't leave, I wouldn't be able to harvest the experience points. If the final battle hadn't suddenly erupted, they would have left Tu Itachi and the two of them could still work together. Now that the situation had changed, Jiang Xi saw a good opportunity to harvest experience. With Tu Itachi around, it was naturally inconvenient for him to reveal some of his tricks. Traveling alone was the best choice. Next, Jiang Xi continued to observe the situation in the bushes. At the same time, he began to change his appearance and changed into a set of 7th-tier supreme treasures, including armor, essence spirit, and offensive supreme treasures. He obtained the Qingyuan clan's clan treasure trove. Among them, there were 91 7th-tier supreme treasures. He didn't let the slaughtering shadow sword devour these 7th-tier supreme treasures. Instead, he kept them as the human race's foundation. He didn't expect that they would come in handy at this time. It's about time. Soon, when Jiang Xi discovered that the battlefield was in a stalemate, he had confidence in his heart and began to take action. There were 3 major battlefields in the entire Tsangming mountain range. They were the most numerous and chaotic Tao Lord battlefield, the Heavenly Venerate battlefield with 20,000 people on both sides, and the Supreme battlefield of the 6 Eternal Supremes. Among them, the Tao Lord battlefield occupied the largest area and was very scattered. In the sky, in the forest, in the lake, in the great swamp, and so on, there were Tao Lords fighting everywhere in the Tsangming mountain range. The battle of Heavenly Venerate experts was more concentrated, mainly concentrated in the Tsangming mountain range's Cliff Valley area. Because there weren't many experts of this level, the Cliff Valley area was enough for them to fight. In this area, the Tao Lord warriors and fierce beasts all avoided this area, not daring to approach. After all, if one was involved in a chaotic battle of heavenly venerates, it was very easy to die. The Tao Lord battlefield. After Jiang Xi changed his appearance, he hurried to the nearest Tao Lord battlefield. He didn't choose the Heavenly Venerate battlefield first of all. There were very few experts on the Heavenly Venerate battlefield. The tens of thousands of Heavenly Venerates in the Vortex tribe definitely knew each other. There was no way he could disguise himself as someone from the Vortex tribe. Secondly, the entire Tsangming mountain range was enveloped by eternal spacetime. He was sure that the 6 Eternal Supremes would definitely be able to pay attention to the battle on any battlefield. Even if he could disguise himself as a Heavenly Venerate expert of the Vortex tribe, once he killed a large number of Heavenly Venerate fierce beasts, he might attract the attention of the 6 Supremes. Jiang Xi didn't think that he could hide his true cultivation level in front of the Supremes. When the 6 Supremes found out that he, a Tao Lord, could easily kill Heavenly Venerates, they might investigate out of curiosity. As an outsider, Jiang Xi was most afraid of the investigation of the Eternal Supremes. It was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone recognized his true identity? Therefore, the Tao Lord battlefield was the best choice. He didn't need to expose too much of his strength to sneak into the Tao Lord battlefield and kill those Tao Lord fierce beasts. Moreover, it was safer. As long as he wasn't targeted by more than 10,000 Tao Lord fierce beasts, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. Soon, Riverward arrived at a Tao Lord battlefield. Thousands of Tao Lord warriors were fighting against wild beasts. Boom! Boom! Destructive attacks continued to erupt in this space. However, the space in the Dream Origin realm was too stable. The chaotic battle of thousands of Tao Lords couldn't tear this space apart. Kill! Roar! Scum of the Vortex tribe! The Tao Lord fierce beasts of the Tsangming mountain range and the Tao Lord warriors of the Vortex tribe were fighting in a chaotic battle. In this way, neither side had the chance to use their joint attacks. When Riverward saw this scene, he felt even more assured. Kill! Kill the trash of the Tsangming mountain range. He put on an act and let out a loud roar, then suddenly shot out of the nearby forest and charged towards the nearest Tao Lord wild beast. Roar! Even if that 2-headed fierce beast had 7 or 8 more heads, it would never think that the person pouncing at it wasn't a warrior of the Vortex tribe. Swoosh! A green sword light pierced through the beast's huge head. You killed an Eon-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +6. At the same time, Jiang Xi waved his hand and put away the corpse as if there was no one else around. He also put away the corpses of the other fierce beasts around him. 10 military merits obtained. The corpse of a Tao Lord fierce beast was worth 1 military merit, regardless of level. Whether it was a desolate level Tao Lord or the strongest universe level Tao Lord, they were all worth 1 military merit. Kill! Kill all the trash of the Tsangming mountain range. Jiang Xi moved quickly and pounced on the other Tao Lord fierce beasts. Puchi! Another ferocious beast fell. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. At the same time, he took away more than 10 fierce beast corpses. Brother, you're fierce. Beside him, a Vortex tribe Tao Lord warrior praised loudly. You're fierce too. Jiang Xi gave him a thumbs up and turned to continue killing the other Tao Lord fierce beasts. It was obvious that his disguise was very successful in such an extremely chaotic battle. Apart from the 6 Supremes who might have discovered him, the warriors below couldn't possibly discover that he was an imposter. I only displayed the combat strength of a first-step Heavenly Venerable. There's no lack of such genius warriors in the various special legions of the White Flame Army. Therefore, even if they discover that I'm an imposter, these Supremes won't care too much. Jiang Xi was very confident. According to the rules set by the army, the Eternal Supremes of the Dream Origin realm couldn't interfere with such training missions issued by the army. Just like that, Jiang Xi killed the Dao Lord Fierce Beasts while collecting the corpses of the fierce beasts on the battlefield. Not many tribal warriors suspected his purpose of collecting the corpses. After all, there were many experts with strange fetishes. Even if someone suspected him, Jiang Xi would just casually say something and then find an opportunity to leave and go to the next battlefield. There were battles everywhere in the Tsangming mountain range. There were too many Dao Lord battlefields of various sizes. While Jiang Xi was crazily killing the various Dao Lord battlefields, the captain of the third squad, Yin Ji, was waiting for an opportunity with a dozen warriors in the heavenly venerable battlefield in the Cliff Break Valley. They were hiding in a relatively secluded bush outside the heavenly venerable battlefield. Captain is so amazing. Captain can easily obtain a heavenly venerable corpse in such a terrifying heavenly venerable battlefield. Amazing. It looks easy for Captain. If it were me, I would have died directly. These warriors were talking to each other through voice transmission, praising their captain Yin Ji. Just now, Yin Ji had displayed his strength and obtained a heavenly venerable fierce beast corpse in the Tsangming mountain range. First of all, they really admired their captain's strength. Second, they naturally hoped that their captain would snatch more heavenly venerable fierce beasts' corpses to help them complete their mission. All right. The captain Yin Ji enjoyed the praises for a while before shouting, "All right." The other warriors might not know, but he knew very well how dangerous it was just now. Not twice. Yin Ji's gaze swept over the warriors, directly cutting off their hopes. He said coldly, "The heavenly venerable battlefield is full of heavenly venerables. The Dao Lords of the Maelstrom tribe and the Tsangming mountain range didn't come close. I suddenly rushed in to snatch a corpse, which was unexpected. They were unprepared, which gave me a chance. If I rush in now, I'll definitely attract attacks. If I'm surrounded by several heavenly venerables." Yin Ji shook his head. He had experienced too many missions, many military missions, and even a reincarnation-level mission. Thus, he knew very well that he should act at the critical moment. But the bottom line was that he couldn't put himself in a desperate situation and had to complete his mission first. As for the warriors following him, he could only slowly help them later. "Captain," the warriors all looked at Yin Ji. "Don't worry, I won't not help you." Yin Ji transmitted, "If I didn't want to help you, I would have left you behind and acted on my own. Now, we have to wait. When the opportunity comes, listen to everything I say. I'll naturally help you with all my strength. Captain, just give the order. We'll definitely obey." Although the 17 warriors said that, they were worried in their hearts. 10,000 military credits. If they were all Dao Lord beast corpses, they would need 10,000. Collecting heavenly venerable beast corpses was much less. One-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 100 military credits, so they needed 100. Two-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 1,000 military credits, so they needed 10. Third-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 10,000 military credits, so they only needed 1. However, it was very difficult for a third-step heavenly venerable to die. It was completely dependent on luck. Moreover, it required extremely heaven-defying luck. Thus, they could only collect first-step and second-step heavenly venerable beast corpses. This was also very difficult. Moreover, they had a total of 18 warriors, including the captain. Even if they all collected first-step heavenly venerable corpses, they would still need 1,800. Could this heavenly venerable battlefield have so many heavenly venerable beasts? Even if it could, would the Tsangming mountain range give them a chance to collect them? Thinking of this, many warriors wanted to retreat, wanting to go to the Dao Lord battlefield and try their luck. Captain Yin Ji glanced at them and didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. He was also a new recruit, so he naturally knew what his warriors were thinking. "With you cannon fodder here, once I'm surrounded by heavenly venerables, I'll still have a chance to escape." Yin Ji thought to himself. In terms of craziness, the war between the Vortex tribe and the Tsangming mountain range was still at the Dao Lord level. This was an extremely crazy war. The total number of Dao Lords in both organizations was close to 3 million. Like a meat grinder, many weaker Dao Lords or Dao Lords with weaker defenses quickly perished. In just 3 months, nearly 1 million Dao Lords had perished. This was a form of training, a form of selection. As long as they could endure this terrifying trial, some Dao Lord warriors would quickly break through to become heavenly venerables. That idiot Mountain Sea still wants to snatch the heavenly venerable corpses. Does he really think those heavenly venerables are just decorations? Tu Ji mixed in with the Tsangming Mountain Range team and also looked for opportunities in the various Dao Lord battlefields. Kill! Kill the bastards of the Vortex tribe! He mimicked the wild beasts of the Tsangming Mountain Range and constantly roared. There were other wild beasts nearby that also roared and attacked the Vortex tribe warriors. The Tsangming Mountain Range was very large, and there were countless Dao Lord level wild beasts. Tu Ji was a wild beast himself, so he easily mixed in without being discovered. However, it was a bit strange for a wild beast like him to collect the corpses of other wild beasts. Thus, he was very cautious and looked for opportunities to collect the corpses on the ground. He wasn't like Jiang Xi, who could swagger around and collect the corpses. After 3 months of killing, I only got a little more than 1,000 military credits. Tu Ji was very anxious. In this battlefield where he could die at any time, he didn't dare to be careless and could only carefully collect the corpses. At the same time, in another Dao Lord battlefield. Everyone, be careful. We are all fairly strong amongst Dao Lords, but this is a terrifying battle where nearly 3 million Dao Lords are involved. We can't be the slightest bit careless. Otherwise, we'll be crushed like ants. Cheng Wan led his warriors into the middle of the battlefield. They were all tribal warriors, so they naturally disguised themselves as members of the Vortex tribe. Yes. Understood. We're still lacking a lot of military credits. Although they said they were careful, these warriors were very anxious. No one expected that this disaster-level mission would actually encounter such a rare super battle. Chapter 663. In this great battle, Cheng Wan's warriors, Quan Zhu's warriors, and the lone Tu Itachi were all trying their best to collect the corpses of the beasts in the Tsangming Mountain Range. However, the Tsangming Mountain Range was too big. The two super factions had close to 3 million Dao Lords. Even if 1 million died, it would not be much if they were scattered across the battlefield. How much would these warriors be able to collect in the end even if they risked their lives to collect them? Therefore, it was destined that most of them would be executed by the army for failing the mission, even if they did not die on the battlefield. On the other side of the heavenly venerate battlefield, Captain Yin Ji's side was also in trouble. After this battle lasted for half a year, the 18 warriors finally had internal strife. Captain, you are always afraid of this and that. Once this battle is over, how can we have such a good chance to collect military merits? A warrior could not help but send a voice transmission angrily. Without military merits, we can only run. But the entire Dream Origin realm is under the control of the army. Where can we run to? We will still die in the end. Yes, Captain. We can't wait like this. We want to live too. We want military merits too. One warrior was anxious. The other warriors could not help but look at Yin Ji. Yin Ji looked at them coldly. He knew that his subordinates were really anxious. He had already obtained 4 second-step heavenly venerates and more than 10 first-step heavenly venerates. After conversion, it was more than 5,000 military merits. As long as he worked harder, he could complete the mission. However, these warriors' military merits were still far away. My continuous attacks in the past half a year have attracted the attention of those heavenly venerates. If we rush in now, we will definitely be killed. Let's wait. Yin Ji said indifferently. We know that is suicide, so we will not go there. However, there are countless Dao Lords fighting in other places. those are all military merits. As long as we have enough time to collect them, we can definitely collect enough military merits. Moreover, our chances of survival on the battlefield are much higher. Yes, Captain. Let's go to the battlefield. The soldiers were all looking at their captain to attract attention. Go to the more chaotic battlefield to collect corpses. How long will that take? Ji sneered. If you want to go, just go. I won't stop you, but at the critical moment, I will contact you and tell you my coordinates. You must come at that time, otherwise. Understood, Captain. Captain, don't worry. Then let's head off to the Downlord battlefield. One by one, the soldiers responded and slipped away. In just a few moments, only Captain Ji was left. In the face of death, it seems like you've been forced into a corner. Ji sneered and shook her head. In his heart, he looked down on these warriors. However, they were still warriors of a special legion. When they joined forces, they could still erupt with a certain amount of combat power. They could block the attacks of some celestial venerables for him. Over the past 6 months, he had used these subordinates to block the attacks of heavenly venerates and plunder the corpses of heavenly venerates from the heavenly venerate battlefield. Let's stop for another month and summon them back before making our move. Ji thought in her heart. According to his plan, he had to collect 10,000 military merits within a year. Otherwise, there would be changes in this war. In the sky above the Tsangming mountain range, waves of powerful fluctuations constantly spread out and covered the entire eternal spacetime. But in fact, on this battlefield, the 6 eternal supremes of the Tsangming mountain range and the Vortex tribe were not fighting. They were just standing in the air. Tsangming, the 3 of us still can't defeat you. How many times has it been? The patriarch of the Vortex tribe sighed softly. Tsangming, who had a body similar to an octopus but 9 beautiful heads, chuckled. 9 spirals, you're very powerful. In the entire Dream Origin sector, there aren't many Eternal Supremes who have the strength to fight with me. Of course, if the 4 Supremes of the Vortex tribe come and perform your joint attack, I'm afraid I'll also. Ha! Ha! He's still alive. Suddenly, the 6 Eternal Autarchs all turned to look at one of the Downlord battlefields below. What a strong body! He actually withstood the joint attack of more than 1,000 Downlord beasts. Several Eternal Supremes praised. As Jiang Xi expected, all the movements on the battlefield were under the control of the 6 Eternal Supremes. Look, although his sword technique is only at level 7, it's very mysterious. If he keeps going, he might be able to walk the eternal path of sword technique. The most important thing is his body. It's too strong. I'm afraid it's comparable to a level 7 supreme treasure. No wonder he's safe and sound in the various Downlord battlefields for half a year. This recruit must be specially trained by the White Flame Army. Yes, I'm afraid he's already on the list. The Eternal Supremes made another round of judgment. The strongest Tsangming praised, he's definitely a rare peerless genius in the long history of the Dream Origin sector. As long as he has enough time to grow, he'll definitely enter the elite ranks in the future. Elite ranks? The other 5 Eternal Supremes were surprised. The elite ranks didn't represent strength, but talent. They all knew that the godly king who created the Dream Origin sector wanted to select the elites. It could be said that entering the elite ranks was the dream of every expert in the Dream Origin sector. Even the 6 Eternal Supremes weren't qualified to enter the elite ranks. Downlords, Heavenly Venerables, Supremes, experts at each level had their own elite ranks. The lower the strength, the higher the requirement to enter the elite ranks. Of course, if one could become a Chaos Origin Divine General, he would be at the same level as the generals of the 4 armies and would automatically be a member of the elite ranks. He could wait for the godly king's summons to fight outside the realm at any time. What a pity. If the godly king is still here, these genius experts of the elite ranks, I believe the great godly king won't just disappear like this. Yes, the godly king will return sooner or later. After a moment of depression, the 6 Eternal Supremes' eyes were filled with hope and fighting spirit. In the sky above a barren forest in the Tsangming mountain range. Roar! Kill that hateful warrior of the Whirlpool tribe. How dare he steal my brother's body? Thousands of huge Downlord-level beasts chased a figure in front of them like a torrent. But gradually, the distance between the two sides widened until it disappeared. Only then did the angry beasts turn around and return to the battlefield to continue fighting. Damn it! Jiang Xi's figure appeared in a large swamp. He was indeed in a sorry state just now. Because he was worried that his true identity would be exposed, he had not used his full strength. And those thousands of Downlord-level beasts, after using a joint attack, could actually threaten a second-step heavenly venerate. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape just now. However, I've only been besieged once in half a year. My luck is not bad. I've completed my military merits early. Jiang Xi estimated that he had collected more than 100,000 beasts' corpses from the various Downlord battlefields. These are only secondary. The most important thing is the experience points. Eternal experience points, 51,589 yuan. In the past half a year, he had disguised himself as a warrior of the Whirlpool tribe and wandered around the various Downlord battlefields. He had killed more than 6,000 eternal experience points and obtained more than 50,000. It's not over yet. Jiang Xi continued to head to the next Downlord battlefield. He had no intention of resting. It was a race against time. This was because he could sense that this war was moving from the stalemate stage to the end stage. Once this opportunity to harvest experience points was gone, who knew when he would get another chance to do so again. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived at a Downlord battlefield at the peak of a mountain. Kill! As usual, he imitated the warriors of the Whirlpool tribe and directly pounced on a Downlord-level beast. Chi! A black and white sword light erupted, and the huge beast died. You killed a universe realm Downlord. Eternal experience points plus 9 yuan. Then, Jiang Xi waved his hand and collected the corpses of the other beasts around him. At this moment, a group of warriors of the 3rd squad was hiding in the forest below. They were the ones who had followed Lingji earlier. So strong. He killed a universe realm Downlord with one strike. He's even stronger than the captain. He's also collecting beast corpses. He must be a warrior of our 3rd squad. Who is it? He changed his appearance. This strength is definitely not Qinghuan, let alone Beast Quan Zhu and the others. Could it be him? The appearance of that recruit appeared in the minds of many warriors. This was because the 37 warriors of the 3rd squad were all very familiar with each other and knew the approximate strength of the other warriors. Even the captain, Lingji, could not kill a universe realm Downlord with one strike. Then, it could only be the 2 recruits who had just joined the squad. As for Tu Wei, he was a ferocious beast and could not transform into a tribal warrior. There was only one possibility. This person was the new recruit, Mountain Sea. I, Mountain Sea, am slightly stronger than Tu Wei. I'm good at close combat and belong to the agile type. They recalled what Jiang Xi said when he first joined the squad. Slightly stronger. This is called slightly stronger. He's directly a major realm stronger. Some warriors were shocked. A Downlord comparable to a heavenly venerable. Even in the entire White Flame army, there weren't many people with such talent, right? Next, these warriors who had originally planned to collect beast corpses did not go out for the time being. Instead, they continued to observe. Not long after, they saw Jiang Xi, who had changed his appearance, leave this Downlord battlefield. Did you guys notice? How many beast corpses did he collect in a while? More than 600. Excluding the time he spent traveling between the various Dao Lord battlefields, how many beast corpses should he have collected in the past half a year? It's definitely more than 10,000. 30,000, 60,000. 90,000? These warriors guessed, their eyes shining. Thinking about it, it was pitiful. Most of them did not have any military merits. Even if they did, they only had dozens or hundreds of military merits. At this moment, when they discovered that someone had already completed the mission and collected beast corpses, the number of beast corpses far exceeded their imagination. Greedy thoughts surfaced in their minds. Then, some warriors directly reported this matter to their captain, Ling Ji, through the military's communication means. "Captain, we just discovered that the new recruit, Mountain Sea, has probably collected tens of thousands of beast corpses. Hurry up and follow him." Ling Ji hurriedly replied. "Captain, we're not confident in killing the new recruit, Mountain Sea. He's very strong." "I know. Since he can collect so many beast corpses, his strength is naturally not weak. But what he's most afraid of now is being exposed. As long as we follow him and threaten him, forcing him to hand over a large number of beast corpses, he'll be able to keep some for himself. If he's willing to hand them over, we'll let the Tsangming Mountain Range's celestial venerables know where he is. Then he'll be dead for sure." "Captain, you're right. This method is feasible. Yeah, it'll be very difficult for us to collect military merits. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well threaten him and drag him down with us. I estimate that he has at least 50,000 beast corpses. As long as he hands them over, we'll split them and collect some more from the battlefield. That'll be enough for several of us." The warriors seemed to have grasped some hope in the desperate situation and were filled with fighting spirit. In their despair, they automatically ignored some dangers and made the most irrational decision. They quietly headed in the direction that Jiang Xi had left. However, after a long time, "We can't find him. The new recruit, Mountain Sea, disappeared. We can't find him at all. He must have hidden in the army of the Vortex tribe and mixed in with a large number of Dao Lord warriors. We can't detect him. It must be." These warriors, including Yin Ji who had just arrived, guessed that Jiang Xi must be hiding. "Continue searching. He won't hide for long," Yin Ji ordered. He also wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. As long as he could find the new recruit, Mountain Sea, and obtain the beast corpses, it would be enough. "You want to stop me?" Jiang Xi sneered. At this time, he had indeed mixed in with a large army of the Vortex tribe. When he was fighting on the battlefield of the Dao Lord, he had noticed the group of warriors in the forest. At that time, he did not pay attention to them. Later, when he saw that group of warriors following him, he knew that he had been targeted. That was why he turned around and came to a temporary camp of the Vortex tribe. This was where the tribe's warriors rested and reorganized. There were more than 100,000 warriors gathered here. Once he mixed in, no one would be able to find him. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xi had mixed in with the Vortex tribe's army for half a month with his strength. It was naturally very easy for him to move around in this camp. "Let's go. Battle." The army set off and split into several groups to rebuild the battlefield of the Dao Lord. Jiang Xi also set off. Half a day later, he followed a group of more than 10,000 Dao Lord warriors and encountered a group of beasts. "Kill. Kill all the trash in the Tsangming Mountain Range." The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. After resting for half a month, it was as if everyone had been revived and all kinds of destructive attacks erupted. Jiang Xi only fought for a short while before his speed suddenly decreased. He glanced around and found a tribal warrior staring at him. "Mountain Sea." The tribal warrior's mouth moved. Although there was no sound, the meaning was obvious. He recognized Jiang Xi. "It's Yin Ji's warrior." Jiang Xi also recognized him. Chapter 664. The tribal warrior was also a member of Squad 3. He looked like a barbarian with red hair. He avoided the battles on the battlefield and quickly approached Jiang Xi. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Mountain Sea, do you think we won't recognize you just because you changed your appearance and aura? Soldiers and tribal warriors are different. We need to collect beast corpses, but tribal warriors don't. If you make a move, we'll recognize you immediately. Jiang Xi looked around. You're not the only one, right? The captain and the others are here. They're scattered around. The red-haired warrior sent a voice transmission. We've seen your strength. You can easily kill a universe realm Dao Lord. I'm not confident that I can hold you back alone. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, more than 10 figures began to draw closer from the chaotic battlefield of Dao Lords. Jiang Xi glanced at them. Although their appearances had changed, their auras remained the same. They were Squad 3's warriors, including Yin Ji. Recruit Mountain Sea, you're stronger than we expected. You're quite strong. We're willing to accept you as a member of our team. The warriors sent their voices to him. Even Yin Ji looked at Jiang Xi and sent a voice transmission. Recruit Mountain Sea. Captain. Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow. When he and Tu Ji first joined the Great Yen Army, this captain did not even look at them. He was very cold back then. Now, Yin Ji's face was full of smiles. We didn't accept you because ordinary recruits are weak. However, we've acknowledged your strength. Yin Ji said directly. As long as you share the corpses of the ferocious beasts you've collected with us, the other warriors in our team will believe in you. I'm even willing to give up my position as captain and let you take over. Yes, we're willing to make you our captain as well. As long as you help us, Mountain Sea, we'll be able to complete this mission and live. Mountain Sea, the warriors looked at Jiang Xi expectantly. The captain was the same. He seemed very selfless. He was even willing to give up his position as captain. Jiang Xi looked at them expressionlessly. Are you sure? Of course. We can even call you captain now. The warriors hurriedly transmitted their voices. Jiang Xi smiled. His smile was filled with indifference. He transmitted his voice, but, what does your life and death have to do with me? Instantly, Yin Ji and the other warriors were all stunned and stood there in a daze. Didn't you guys say that you didn't care about the lives of the recruits? Why are you talking about friendship now? Jiang Xi sneered. He knew very well that these warriors were forced to their limits by the threat of death. In order to survive, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They were even willing to do anything. Mountain Sea. Yin Ji had an extremely ugly look on her face. We are currently in the middle of a Dao Lord battlefield. There are thousands of Dao Lord wild beasts around you, and 2 Empyrean wild beasts are watching from above. As long as I tell them that you're wantonly collecting the corpses of their companions, tens of thousands of dire beast corpses, do you think they won't tear you apart? Jiang Xi raised his head and looked at the distant sky. There were indeed 2 enormous Empyrean-level fierce beasts watching the battlefield from afar. See? Yin Ji barked. As long as I tell them everything, those 2 Empyrean-level fierce beasts will definitely be enraged. As long as they give the order, the thousands of Dao Lord-level fierce beasts on this battlefield will surround you. There will be nowhere for you to run. Yin Ji stared intently at Jiang Xi. In that situation, you will definitely die. So, make your choice. Will you hand over most of the dire beast corpses to us, or will you get nothing and die here? Make your choice. Mountain Sea, this is a disaster-level mission. Our chances of survival are very small to begin with. If you force us, we will die together. Even if we die, we will drag you down with us. The other warriors stared at Jiang Xi as well. Then you can all die. Jiang Xi shook his head calmly. After speaking, he turned and roared, kill the trash of the Tsangming mountain range. Swoosh! He transformed into a streak of light and pounced towards a distant Daolord wild beast. The 18 warriors, including the captain, couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that this recruit was not afraid at all. Did this recruit really think that he could escape the encirclement of so many Daolord wild beasts alone? However, although these warriors from the special army were shocked, they reacted very quickly when Jiang Xi turned and moved. They moved almost at the same time. Not giving us a way out. Recruit, you can go to hell too. If we die together. Damn you, Mountain Sea. You forced us to do this. Some warriors went crazy and charged towards Jiang Xi with ferocious expressions. However, Riverward, who was in front of him, sneered. Boom! He accelerated and displayed the speed of a first-step Empyrean, leaving these warriors far behind. You want to threaten me with this little ability? Jiang Xi didn't take it to heart at all. Mountain Sea, don't even think about escaping. Yin Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was the fastest and could barely catch up with Jiang Xi. He originally thought that this recruit would have some scruples. Then, he could use this opportunity to obtain a large number of beast corpses from the recruit. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. This Mountain Sea recruit actually ignored their threats. You want to escape? A pair of black wings appeared on Yin Ji's back, and his speed suddenly increased. Whoosh! At the same time, countless black energy threads quickly enveloped Jiang Xi in front of him. After the energy threads erupted, they actually exceeded the speed of a first-step Empyrean. Jiang Xi only felt the world suddenly darken as he was enveloped by these energy threads. Get lost! The 7th-tier treasure sword in his hand drew an arc, and the surging energy in his body instantly erupted, forcing these energy threads back. However, there were too many of them. Almost instantly, they interweaved into a huge black ball that completely enveloped Jiang Xi. It's so tough that it can only be broken by a second-step Empyrean. Jiang Xi frowned. He still underestimated the strength of Captain Yin Ji. It seemed that he had some trump cards to be a captain in a special troop. That pair of black wings was an extremely special 7th-tier treasure. Although the surrounding warriors of the Whirlpool tribe were a little confused about the instant fight between Yin Ji and Jiang Xi, they just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. This situation was too common. Most of the time, it was caused by personal hatred or fighting over the spoils of war on the battlefield. Captain's black cloud wings are really powerful. Black cloud wings is a special 7th-tier treasure. It can fly very fast and has the ability to bind. It's an excellent treasure for escaping and protecting one's life. It's said that the military merits required to exchange for this treasure are almost comparable to that of an 8th-tier treasure. The warriors under Yin Ji were very envious. At this moment, boom! The black ball formed by countless energy threads suddenly began to fly toward the distant sky at a terrifying speed. On the surface of the black ball, one could clearly see that there was a bulge. Jiang Xi was flying at high speed inside, bringing the entire ball with him. Don't even think about escaping. Yin Ji controlled his black cloud wings and wanted to drag Jiang Xi and the black ball back. Chi, however, he couldn't be dragged at all. Instead, he was brought along to the sky. What? Yin Ji was shocked. Such a strong force. Although the black cloud wings' binding ability was strong, his strength was not as good as Jiang Xi's. How could he drag him back? Whoosh whoosh. The black ball's speed continued to increase. Captain, didn't you want to report me to the 2 Empyrean-level beasts? Let's go. We'll go see them together. Jiang Xi transmitted his voice. His speed was still increasing. In the distance, there were 2 Empyrean-level beasts. Stop! Stop! Yin Ji roared. Do you want to die? Ha, let's go see the Empyrean-level beasts together. Let's see who dies first. Jiang Xi laughed. Yin Ji finally panicked. He had a guilty conscience. He also had the corpse of a beast, and it was at the Empyrean level. If the Tsangming mountain range's beasts knew about it, they would tear him to pieces. You're ruthless enough. Yin Ji was shocked and angry, but he could only give up helplessly. The black cloud wings on his back trembled and withdrew the countless energy threads. The black ball that wrapped Jiang Xi also quickly disappeared. Whoosh! And Jiang Xi, who had escaped, just waved his hand and left with a smile. Yin Ji stood in midair and watched this scene. He gritted his teeth and was secretly resentful. You can escape once. I don't believe that you can escape again. In the sky above the Tsangming mountain range, the 6 eternal supremes of the 2 super factions were watching the battles below. He actually resolved the predicament just like that. Strong, smart, and courageous. It's rare. This warrior's combat experience is surprisingly high. Several eternal supremes judged. The strongest Tsangming also sighed. I'm really looking forward to what heights he will reach when he grows up in the future. The Eternal Supremes controlled the entire battlefield and naturally knew everything that happened. Every move of Jiang Xi's entire team was under the control of these 6 Supremes. And these Supremes could only watch and could not attack. They did not dare to attack because this was the rule of the Dream Origin realm. Time passed, and a month passed. The war between the 2 super factions was coming to an end. How can we not find him? On a Dao Lord battlefield, the captain, Yin Ji, was very angry and unwilling. Although the Tsangming mountain range is vast, the number of Dao Lord battlefields is limited. Where can he hide? Yes, after such a long time, we haven't found him even once. Captain, we really can't find him. The other warriors also contacted Yin Ji through the army's communication system. Since the last time they met, half a year had passed, and they had not found that recruit even once. It's impossible that we can't find him. He's in the Tsangming mountain range. Find him quickly if you don't want to die. The hope of completing the disaster level mission is on him. Yin Ji was also anxious. In order to find that recruit, he had wasted a lot of time, resulting in his own military contributions not reaching the required level. I don't believe it. Yin Ji gritted his teeth. I can only tell the 2 of them. Qinghuan, Quan Zhu, let me tell you something. Half a year ago, we found that the recruit of the Mountain Sea tribe might have collected close to 100,000 dire beast corpses from various Dao Lord battlefields. And he's hiding in one of the Dao Lord battlefields. Yin Ji directly transmitted the news. Not only did he transmit the news to Qinghuan and Quan Zhu, but also the other warriors of the 2 teams. Now, except for Jiang Xi, all the warriors of the 3rd team knew this news. What? Impossible. That recruit could collect close to 100,000 Dao Lord level dire beast corpses. That's crazy. The warriors replied to their captain in this way. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. This is the news. I've been tracking him for a long time. That recruit is very good at hiding. Yin Ji was too lazy to say more. He believed that under the threat of a failed mission, these warriors would definitely do everything in their power to find that recruit. That way, the chances of finding him would greatly increase. Yin Ji's eyes turned cold. Given the strength of the Mountain Sea tribe, even if Qinghuan and Quan Zhu work together, they still won't be able to win. At most, they'll help me find that recruit. When the time comes, those dire beast corpses will all be mine. He didn't care about the warriors of Qinghuan and Quan Zhu at all. At this moment, the dire beast warriors of the 3rd team, Quan Zhu, were mixed in with the dire beast army of the Deep Sea mountain range. It's been so long, but we've only collected 20,000 corpses. That's only enough to guarantee that 2 of us can complete the mission. And from the looks of it, the war has already begun to slow down. It won't be long before it ends. So, regardless of whether or not that recruit has collected that many corpses, we have to track him down. He's our only hope to complete the mission. Quan Zhu transmitted to his subordinates. Track him down. Track down the recruit. Whether or not we can complete the mission will depend on this. All of the dire beast warriors had gone mad. They had gone mad in the face of death. Qing Wan's warriors were mixed in with the Whirlpool tribe's army. We've collected more than 30,000 dire beast corpses, but it's far from enough. Once the war ends, it'll be impossible for us to collect another 10,000 corpses. Find the recruit. Although Qing Wan was kind, he would still grab the last straw in the face of death, in the dire beast army of the deep-sea mountain range. Tu Itachi also received a message from his captain. The mountain sea has close to 100,000 dire beast corpses. Tu Itachi was shocked. He couldn't believe this news. He didn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. I've worked hard for a year, and the number of dire beast corpses I've collected is still far from 10,000. He alone has so many. Tu Itachi's face was filled with disbelief. But in his heart, he knew that this was probably true. His captain wouldn't joke about this. Regret. This was Tu Itachi's current mood. Extreme regret. If I'd chosen to collect with him and didn't leave immediately, there are so many dire beast corpses. I don't need too many. Just give me 10,000 corpses. Tu Itachi smiled bitterly. He was filled with unwillingness. He now understood that Jiang Xi had said that he was collecting heavenly venerable level dire beast corpses to scare him away. If he had been more courageous, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. Chapter 665. The warriors of Squad 3 were searching for Shanhai. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find him. It was as though Shanhai had left Sangming mountain range. They're all looking for me. Jiang Xi had changed his appearance and aura again. He blended into the Whirlpool tribe's army and looked at the barbaric and burly warriors. He even saw a few tribal warriors disguised as Luringji. However, none of them could recognize him. Keep searching. You won't find me no matter what. Jiang Xi was very relaxed. His spiritual senses were close to a third-step heavenly venerable. Although he could not search the entire Sangming mountain range because of this eternal space-time, he could easily scan the surrounding battlefield. Under such circumstances, none of the warriors of Squad 3 could get close to him. Suddenly, Jiang Xi received another message on his military communication token. Shanhai, it's me, Tu Itachi. Oh, Tu Itachi. Jiang Xi replied, how's it going? Have you accumulated enough merit points? No, it's difficult to gather 10,000 beast carcasses, Tu Itachi replied quickly. Tu Ji quickly responded, Shanhai, I just received news that Captain, Qing Wan, and Quan Zhu are all looking for you. They want to get the corpses of the beasts from you. Moreover, they think I'm on the same side as you. I'm being ostracized by them. Is that so? Jiang Xi replied casually. Shanhai, we joined the Great Yan army at the same time, and we're both new recruits. I'm still lacking a lot of merit points, but I don't ask for much. Can you help me gather 10,000 Dao Lord level beast carcasses? I can trade with treasures. My father is the wilderness lord of Scarlet Swallow, and I have many treasures. I won't let you lose out. Tu Itachi sent another message anxiously. In Tu Itachi's opinion, he and Jiang Xi were both new recruits. Moreover, he could trade with treasures. It should not be difficult for him to obtain the carcasses. Trade? Of course. However, do you want me to trade with you in Sangming mountain range? Jiang Xi replied. Tu Itachi immediately understood. Shanhai would never reveal his whereabouts. Naturally, he would not trade with him. Then we'll change when we return to the barracks. Tu Itachi hurriedly replied. Deal. However, you have to bring out a treasure of sufficient value when the time comes. If it's not up to my standards, then that won't do. Jiang Xi replied once more, of course, of course. Tu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. In order to survive, he was willing to give up all his treasures. If he couldn't complete the task, then even if his father was an eternal supreme, he would still have to die. After all, his father, the Scarlet Swallow Desolate Lord, had so many children that they could form a new tribe. He was just one of the children that was not valued. A few days after Tu Ji contacted Jiang Xi, Cheng Wan and Quan Zhu also contacted Jiang Xi. However, Tu Itachi was very sensible and knew to take the initiative to exchange supreme treasures. For example, Quan Zhu's group of dire beast warriors did not have many treasures on them, so they could not withstand Jiang Xi's pressure and directly collapsed. Don't take me for a fool. Doing business with you outside the military camp? Ha, then wait for your death. After Jiang Xi replied with a message, no matter how Quan Zhu tried to communicate with him, he did not respond. It was charity. He had to give some to them so that they would have the right to live. How dare they negotiate with him? Then go to hell. The war between the Tsangming mountain range and the Whirlpool tribe lasted for a whole year. In the end, the 6 supremes appeared one by one. Soon, the army of the Whirlpool tribe began to retreat. Boom! The Tsangming mountain range, which was originally enveloped by the eternal spacetime, returned to normal. Let's go. The mighty army of the Whirlpool tribe broke through the sky and left. The members of the 3rd squad, who were disguised as warriors of the Whirlpool tribe, had already quietly hidden at the edge of the Tsangming mountain range. We haven't collected enough military merits. The warriors of the 3 squads, Yin Ji, Cheng Wan, and Quan Zhu, watched the army of the Whirlpool tribe leave unwillingly. The war was over, and they no longer had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The next step would be difficult. Snatch. Captain, Cheng Wan, and the others must have collected a lot of military merits. Let's snatch them. That way, we will have a chance to live. Quan Zhu led the beast warriors under him, all of them filled with murderous intent. Let's snatch the military merits. Cheng Wan was also filled with murderous intent. If we want to live, we have to snatch them. Yin Ji said to her subordinates. The 3 squads unanimously chose to engage in a slaughter. Only in this way could they collect enough military merits. If the 3 squads left separately, there would probably be internal strife in the end. At this moment, at the edge of the vast Tsangming mountain range, Jiang Xi stepped on the void, moving forward step by step. Every step he took covered a great distance. It's time to return to the military camp. He looked back at the boundless mountain range. As for the internal strife of the 3rd squad, how many of them died, and what the outcome would be, it had nothing to do with him. He had returned with a great haul this time. Close to 180,000 Downlord level beast corpses, which is equivalent to 180,000 military merits. I should be able to exchange them for something good. Of course, the most important thing is still the experience points. Eternal experience points, 93,664 yuan. Jiang Xi believed that this amount of experience points should be enough for him to use for a long time. Whoosh! Immediately after, when Jiang Xi was far enough away from the Tsangming mountain range, he took out a rank 7 flying treasure and rushed back to the White Flame Army camp. Half a month later, I'm finally here. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. It was Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi looked at the boundless military camp in the distance, a smile on his face. Looking down, he could see a long line of tribal warriors and beasts. They were all preparing to join the army. A year ago, he was also one of them. Now, he had completed a disaster-level mission. Just as Jiang Xi returned to the military camp, outside the White Flame Army camp, there was a place where space was distorted. There were a large number of space vortexes here, all created by the Eternal Supreme of the army. Whoosh! 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 Almost every moment, a large number of warriors flew out from different space vortexes. Let's go. This mission is quite simple. Once we're done, we'll have 10,000 years of leisure time. Ha, it's wonderful just thinking about it. Sigh, our next mission will be a reincarnation level mission. I wonder how many of our team will survive. I hope we can earn more military merits this time and then exchange them for stronger life-saving items at the military supply hall to survive the reincarnation level mission. Groups of warriors, some relaxed, some serious, and some worried, left the military camp from the various space vortexes. The White Flame Army was very large, and there were warriors leaving the camp at every moment. At this time, there was an ancient and thick tree a little further away from these space vortexes. On a branch of the tree, there stood an ordinary-looking Dowlord warrior with 8 arms. I've been ordered by the Supreme to join the army. Although I have military missions, I haven't been carrying out any missions. Instead, I've been waiting here. It's been so long, but I haven't seen Dowlord Mountain and Sea even once. The 8-armed Dowlord warrior was anxious. At the same time, he was constantly observing those space vortexes. Dowlord Mountain and Sea is powerful, but so what? Even if he can cultivate to eternity, the most he can do is add another Holy Land universe to the Chaos Sea. He can't threaten my great sky Holy Land. He couldn't understand. Once a Holy Land is formed, it will exist for eternity. My great sky Holy Land doesn't have to fear any experts. I don't know why the Supreme values Dowlord Mountain and Sea so much. Even when we reached the Dream Origin sector, he ordered us to immediately find out the whereabouts of Dowlord Mountain and Sea. The 8-armed Dowlord warrior sighed. Although he didn't understand, this was the Supreme's order. He had to carry it out. The primordial realm's Chaos Sea was boundless and mysterious. Endless chaotic gray mist poured down from the abyssal fissures in the endless void, flowing into this boundless space and converging into an ocean-like world. At this moment, one of the 2 Holy Land universes, the Great Sky Holy Land, in a shrine in the Great Hammer Divine World. You still haven't found any traces of Jiang Ci? Jun Tian Supreme's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The 4 figures kneeling below him were nervous. Supreme, according to your orders, we joined the 4 armies of the Dream Origin sector and have been guarding the space whirlpools of each army, but after so long, we still haven't found any traces of Dowlord Mountain and Sea. Supreme, could it be that Dowlord Mountain and Sea hasn't joined the army? The 4 Dowlords knelt there and asked. Since he's also involved in the Dream Origin sector, with his experience and strength, he can quickly rise and even make a name for himself in the Dream Origin sector. Jun Tian Supreme looked at the 4 figures below him and said indifferently. Not only do the 4 of you have to guard the space whirlpools of the army camp, but you also have to gather information frequently. Once he becomes famous, you'll be able to find him easily. Yes. The 4 Dowlords replied respectfully. Supreme, then our army's mission. One of the 8-armed Dowlords couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. After some time, I'll send another batch of experts from the Holy Land over. Once they join the army, you can take turns to complete the mission, Jun Tian Supreme said. Understood. Now, the 4 Dowlords felt reassured. They then left the shrine. Only the blurry figure of Jun Tian Supreme was left in the shrine. Only his gray eyes could be seen clearly, but they were filled with coldness at this moment. I thought I couldn't do anything to you, but I didn't expect a magical world like the Dream Origin sector to appear in the Chaos Sea. There are too many ways to deal with you there. Don't blame me, Jiang Ci. You can only blame yourself for obtaining the inheritance of the primordial sector, which is not accepted by the star sector. In the end, there was doubt in his eyes. What kind of existence is the Dream Origin sector? There's actually an ownerless eternal fragment. Even in the star sector and the star sector, this is a legendary thing. Could this be the reason why immortal General Qian Huan went to the depths of the ruins of myriad worlds to investigate? Universe 4, Human Territory. Jiang Xi's avatar and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments met again. Master, I just completed the army's disaster-level mission and obtained a lot of military merits, Jiang Xi said with a smile. After completing this mission, I'll be safe for a long time. I'll try to figure out the mystery of the dream origin sector as soon as possible. No matter what, you must take care of your own safety. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments reminded, you're the first human to enter, so your responsibility is the heaviest now. All the forces in the chaos sea of the primordial sector are focused on the dream origin sector, hoping to obtain opportunities from it. However, the dangers involved are also obvious. Jiang Xi nodded. In the dream origin sector, one would die if they were careless. Even Tao Lords would become extremely ordinary in that place. In the great battle he had just experienced, Tao Lord warriors were reduced to cannon fodder. However, with such great danger, it also meant that there was a great opportunity. In the vast chaos sea of the primordial sector, there were only 2 eternal supremes. But there were countless eternal supremes in the dream origin sector. There were no restrictions of chaos sea's heaven and earth laws. There were inheritances that could cultivate eternity, supreme treasures that were at least tier 7, and even ownerless eternal shards. Especially the eternal shards. As more and more experts joined the army in Chaos Sea, many forces knew of the existence of the eternal shards. Under such great temptations, the major forces in Chaos Sea lost interest in the original 3 perilous lands. Almost all of them sent a certain number of experts to explore the dream origin sector. Master, there's another piece of good news. I've obtained many supreme treasures from the Qingyuan clan in the myriad world ruins. This time, I should be able to get some supreme treasures from an eternal supremacy's child in the dream origin sector. When the time comes, I'll make a trip out and return the supreme treasures, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was overjoyed when he heard this. These were the foundation of the human race. The dream origin sector was the most important battlefield for the major forces in Chaos Sea. Everyone was competing there. The 4th universe was the foundation of the human race. Only when the human race's territory expanded and there were more and more geniuses in the race would the number of experts increase. Only then could the human race in the 4th universe be comparable to the other 2 Holy Land universes, or even surpass them. Although his main body was exploring the dream origin sector, Jiang Xi's avatar was still communicating with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments frequently. He was also aware of the situation in Chaos Sea. The current Chaos Sea was unusually calm. Clearly, everyone was watching the dream origin sector. At the White Flame Legion's camp by the lake of the Great Yen Army not long after Jiang Xi returned, 2 Itachi returned as well. Mountain Sea, Mountain Sea. 2 Itachi's huge 8-hooved body had shrunk to a meter long. He followed behind Jiang Xi attentively. I've prepared the treasures. Give me a portion. You're ready. Jiang Xi glanced at him lightly. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll go to the quartermaster hall first. When I return, we'll have a good talk. 2 Itachi's expression froze. Jiang Xi would definitely know the value of some treasures if he went to the quartermaster hall. He would most likely extort him ruthlessly. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to argue with Jiang Xi. In the end, he smiled apologetically and said, all right. I'll wait for you to return from the quartermaster hall. However, don't hand over all the corpses. You must leave me a portion. He was most worried about Mountain Sea. If Mountain Sea took out all the beasts' corpses to exchange for military credits, he could only wait for death. Don't worry. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded. Then, he left the camp by the lake and rushed to the quartermaster hall. Chapter 666. The Great Yen Army's lake camp was quite a distance away from the quartermaster hall. However, Jiang Xi did not feel pressured at all. He flew leisurely for 7 days before he arrived at the quartermaster hall. When he saw the towering and ancient hall, Jiang Xi was filled with anticipation. According to the rules, I'm qualified to exchange for treasures in the quartermaster hall before and after I accept a mission. However, once I accept a mission, I won't be qualified to exchange for treasures before I complete the mission. Jiang Xi recalled the military rules he had read before he stepped into the hall. Swoosh! Time and space instantly changed. It was as though he had entered another world. This was a vast and real world. Many warriors were scattered around. There was a golden figure in front of each of them, turning the void into reality. Jiang Xi was shocked. He immediately understood this was the eternal spacetime created by the eternal paragon of the army. The quartermaster hall was the entrance to this eternal spacetime. It's similar to the Skyspan Mountain and River painting. However, the world inside the Skyspan Mountain and River painting is illusory while this is real. Jiang Xi made a comparison. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden figure materialized out of thin air and descended before Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. He studied the golden figure before him, but he could not see it clearly. Warrior of the Great Yen Army, you're on a mission. You're not qualified to exchange for anything in the quartermaster hall, the golden figure said. I've completed my mission. Jiang Xi waved his arm. Boom! In an instant, huge corpses of Tao Lord-level beasts appeared out of thin air. They piled up into a mountain of corpses that spanned 1,000,000 kilometers and was at least 10 million kilometers tall. Such a huge commotion startled the other warriors in the distance, and they all looked at riverward in shock. They had never seen anyone submit a mission in such a manner. Whiz! The golden figure's eyes shone with golden light that shrouded the terrifying mountain of corpses. Then, he nodded slightly. Indeed, these are Tao Lord-level beasts from Tsangming Mountain Range. There are 168,541 corpses in total. That's equivalent to 168,541 military merits. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He could tell if they were from Tsangming Mountain Range with a simple inspection. It seemed that the army had a strong control over the entire Dream Origin realm. State your request. The golden figure looked at Jiang Xi. You can use these military credits to exchange for inheritances, supreme treasures, eternal fragments, and other treasures on the list. This is the list. The golden figure waved his hand again. 3 scrolls appeared in midair. After they were unfolded, dense information appeared on them. With a sweep of his gaze, Riverward saw many tempting inheritances and treasures. On the first scroll, the secret technique, Blood Kingdom, can increase one's strength by 40 times. It requires 1,000,000 military credits. Jiang Xi was very surprised. Not only was he surprised by the 1,000,000 military credits required, but he was also surprised by the multiplier. This was almost half the effect of the first stage of the 8 Clouds Legacy. Of course, this kind of inheritance could only be exchanged for by warriors from special armies. Ordinary armies were not qualified. In addition, there were many other cheap inheritances, such as 5,000 military merits, 10,000 military merits, and so on. However, Jiang Xi didn't care about these at all. On the second scroll, 7th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 10,000 military merits, the highest is 100,000 military merits. The most expensive is the Primordial Spirit type. 8th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 100,000 military merits, the highest is 1,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by special armies. 9th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 1,000,000 military merits, the highest is 10,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by special armies. Jiang Xi looked at them one by one and felt that it was crazy. 8th level and 9th level supreme treasures were clearly marked. However, at the back of these two treasures, there was a restriction that only special armies could exchange for them. He continued to read unexpectantly. Eternal Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 100 million military merits. It can only be exchanged for by elites. Immortal General Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 1 billion military merits. It can only be exchanged for by elites. Phew. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Sure enough, there were 10th level and 11th level supreme treasures in this world, which were eternal supreme treasures and immortal general supreme treasures. However, what kind of existence was the elite? Jiang Xi was puzzled. This was the first time he heard of this term in the dream origin realm. I want to know more about the elite. Jiang Xi looked at the golden figure in front of him. 10,000 military merits, the golden figure said. Fuck. Jiang Xi stared at him. So ruthless. The disaster level mission of the third squad required only 10,000 military merits. It seemed that this was really important information. Change it. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. Whoosh. The golden figure waved his hand and a scroll appeared in front of Jiang Xi. There were shining runes on it, recording secret information. Elite. Jiang Xi looked at it seriously and soon understood the meaning of this term. If the Tao Lords, Celestial Masters, and Eternal Supremes in the Dream Origin realm were outstanding enough to reach the limit of each level, they were qualified to enter the elite of each level. Of course, they were only qualified. This was a kind of honor and also represented status. Once they entered the elite, their status in the Dream Origin realm would be elevated to a higher level. For example, Celestial Masters in the elite were comparable to Eternal Supremes in status. And Eternal Supremes in the elite were comparable to Chaos Origin Immortal Generals in the four armies. However, the conditions to enter the elite were very strict. The lower the level, the higher the difficulty. For countless years, there were only a few experts who could enter the elite. For example, Celestial Masters. Since His Majesty the Deity King disappeared, no Celestial Masters could enter the elite. As for the more difficult Tao Lord level, since the Dream Origin realm was created, not a single Tao Lord could become an elite. However, despite the high difficulty and harsh conditions, every 10,000 years, many warriors in the Shield Mountain Army, White Flame Army, Styx River Army, and Green Wind Army would try their best to enter the elite. Jiang Xi finished reading and frowned. Trying to enter the elite, could it be? He looked at the golden figure in front of him and asked, "Is there a mission to enter the elite?" "Yes." The golden figure said. "What mission?" Jiang Xi asked. If possible, he would like to give it a try for the Eternal Supremes and Immortal General Supremes. If he really entered the elite, he would be qualified to exchange for them. As for the difficulty, Jiang Xi was confident in himself. After all, he was 8 Clouds' inheritor and had a godly king's inheritance. Warrior of the Great Yen Army, you're a Tao Lord. If you want to enter the elite, there are 2 paths, the golden figure continued. Riverward hurriedly listened carefully. The first path has 2 conditions. As long as you meet them, the 4 great generals will come and verify it. Once you pass, you'll enter the elite. First, you must reach the limit of a Tao Lord. This limit includes your body, nascent divinity, and Grotto Heaven World, the golden figure said. Jiang Xi nodded. He had met this condition, especially the Grotto Heaven World. The limit of a Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven World was 10 billion light-years in diameter. He had reached it with the help of the Eternal Shard. The Dream Origin realm also had Grotto Heaven Worlds and universes. However, their Grotto Heaven Worlds and universes were in the origin of the Dream Origin realm. Although they existed, they could not enter them. The second is to deduce the Heavenly King chart. You must deduce all 36,000 transformations of the Heavenly King chart within 30,000 years. If you meet these 2 conditions, you'll enter the elite. Moreover, you'll have many privileges in the Dream Origin realm. Your status will be higher than ordinary elites. You'll be on par with the 4 great generals. The golden figure said in one breath. Riverward's eyes widened when he heard this. He was truly stunned. The first thing that shocked him was that the Dream Origin realm knew about the Heavenly King chart. This meant that this place was related to the primordial realm. The second thing that shocked him was that the condition was too crazy. Deduce all 36,000 transformations of the Heavenly King chart within 30,000 years? When he received 8 Clouds' inheritance, he only managed to deduce close to 20,000 transformations. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to deduce the Heavenly King chart. The time required would also increase by leaps and bounds. Even now, Jiang Xi was not confident that he could deduce all 36,000 transformations in 30,000 years through the experience panel. Who set this condition? Jiang Xi could not help but ask. The great deity king set it himself. The golden figure said. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Through this, he had a vague intuition the deity king of the Dream Origin realm seemed to be stronger than the 8 Clouds deity king who left behind 8 Clouds inheritance. In other words, he was even crazier. At the same time, he also understood that it was impossible for him to enter the elite ranks through this path. Didn't you say that there were 2 paths? Jiang Xi asked again. The deity king knew that the first path was too difficult. Therefore, he left behind the second path, which is relatively easier, the golden figure said coldly. The second path is the elite mission. Any Tao Lord warrior can apply for it. When the mission starts, you'll know the content of the mission and complete it. Once you complete it, you'll also enter the elite ranks. However, the treatment and status you'll receive will be slightly worse than the first path. Elite mission. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. He could understand this. The army of the Dream Origin realm was a competition and selection method to raise venomous insects. The selection process was to train and select the best warriors through missions of various difficulty levels. It was the same for the elite missions. What's the mortality rate? Jiang Xi asked. The elite missions are held once every 10,000 years, the golden figure replied. As long as the Tao Lord warriors of the 4 great armies apply for this mission, they'll complete it together. Under normal circumstances, the mortality rate is about 90%. The remaining 10% can barely survive, but that's all. Up until now, no Tao Lord warrior has ever completed the elite missions. Jiang Xi was speechless. The second path was also difficult. Even if the last 10% could survive, they would still be considered failures. What's the mission content? Jiang Xi asked again. Warrior of the Great Yan Army, you only need to apply for the mission. When the next elite mission starts, you'll know the mission content, the golden figure said. A reminder. You've just joined the army. You should train and improve your strength. It's best if you can go through several reincarnation level missions. It won't be too late to accept the elite missions after that. Jiang Xi nodded. Then, he looked at the third exchange scroll. There were only simple words on it. Eternal Shard, 100 military points per shard, only available for exchange in special armies. Jiang Xi had already known about the Eternal Shards. To him, 100 military points per shard was not as cost-effective as exchanging for supreme treasures. After exchanging 10,000 military points for the information about the elite missions, he still had 158,541 military points left. In other words, he could only exchange for 1,585 eternal shards at most. If this were in the past, Jiang Xi would have been tempted. However, after returning from the Tsangming mountain range, he had obtained more than 90,000 eternal EXP. In the end, Jiang Xi chose to exchange for 15 of the cheapest Tier 7 Supreme Treasures. Naturally, his goal was to improve the grade of the Killer Shadow Sword. At the lake camp of the Great Yan Army, On the island that belonged to Jiang Xi, an 8-hooved beast was hovering in the air, looking anxiously into the distance. It was anxiously waiting. Why isn't he back yet? It'll take him half a month to go to the quartermaster hall. It's almost been a month. Shanghai, Shanghai, please don't exchange all my corpses for military points. My life is in your hands now. I have many treasures with me. I'm willing to give them all to survive, Tu Itachi kept muttering to himself. He was anxious and worried. Suddenly, his eyes brightened when he saw a figure in the distance. Shanghai. Tu Itachi teleported over enthusiastically. Don't worry. Let's go down and talk. Jiang Xi smiled. All right. Tu Itachi hastily nodded. Jiang Xi flew to the island below. Tu Itachi hastily followed him. This island is well decorated. Tu Itachi looked around. Everything looks natural. It looks simple, but if you look at it carefully, there's a special charm to it. This was set up by the previous warriors. I'm lazy, so nothing has changed. Jiang Xi sat down on a chair in front of the stone house. Tu Itachi was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Yes. You're right. We warriors should focus on cultivating. The external environment is not important. Jiang Xi looked at him with a faint smile. All right, stop flattering me. I can tell you don't know how to do it. Tu Itachi looked embarrassed. He was the child of Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord. He had never had the experience of flattering others before. I'll keep your share for you. 10,000 Downlord level beast corpses. Jiang Xi smiled. 10,000. Tu Itachi hesitated. Too little. Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. Enough. Tu Itachi's expression was a little uncomfortable. He had collected more than 3,000 corpses himself. However, he understood what Jiang Xi meant. In one word, he was going to be ripped off. If he wanted to trade, he had to take all 10,000 corpses. Otherwise, he could forget about getting a single one. Straightforward. However, whether you can get them depends on your performance. Jiang Xi nodded. What good treasures do you have? Take them out. Tu Itachi was very straightforward. He waved his hand. Shanghai, look. Hua. On the empty ground beside him, an armor treasure covered in blood-red scales appeared out of thin air. It emitted a thick bloody aura. Chapter 667. Tu Shi brought out an armor treasure that was covered in blood-red scales. At the same time, he said, "This is the grade 7 armor treasure I wore before I joined the army. It's slightly better than the standard armor of the Great Yen Army." As he spoke, he observed Jiang Xi's expression. However, Jiang Xi's expression did not change at all. He was calm. When Tu Itachi saw this, he was not surprised. Normally, the corpses were worthless. However, these 10,000 corpses represented a chance of survival. It was impossible for him to exchange a 7th-tier defensive treasure for his life. This is a grade 7 flying treasure that my brother gave me when I left the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. Tu Itachi gritted his teeth. Clearly, this treasure was very valuable. Swoosh! An ancient golden flying boat landed at the side. Jiang Xi only glanced at it. His expression did not change. When Tu Itachi saw Jiang Xi's reaction, he immediately became anxious and hurriedly reminded him, "This is a very special grade 7 flying treasure. It has the special ability to tear through space. It can break through the spacetime shackles of a 3-step heavenly venerable. Its true value surpasses many grade 8 treasures." Jiang Xi was expressionless, but he muttered inwardly, "As I expected, this eternal second generation must have something good on him since he was allowed to roam the world." In terms of value, this grade 7 flying boat is worth more than the grade 7 treasures I have. However, I still have to suppress it a little. This is definitely not his limit. Aye. When Tu Itachi saw Jiang Xi's silence, he became even more anxious. These are the treasures I collected in the Tsangming mountain range. They're all here. He waved his hand again, and thousands of treasures below grade 7 appeared beside him. Jiang Xi shook his head. Not enough. He did not believe that the child of an eternal Grand Supreme would only have so few treasures. Even if he was not valued, he was still an eternal second generation. Tu Itachi's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Shanhai, when I came out, I did bring a very valuable treasure with me. I can give this treasure to you, but you have to return the flying boat to me. Jiang Xi smiled. Since Tu Itachi dared to say that, this treasure must be more valuable than the flying boat. Show it to me. A moment later, the transaction was completed. Shanhai, I won't disturb you any longer. Tu Itachi left with the 10,000 corpses. He was not dissatisfied. Although he had paid a huge price, he had kept his life. It was nothing to lose the treasures. As long as he was alive, he could find some time to return to the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness and retrieve some treasures. Riverward looked into the distance and could not help but shake his head and sigh. As expected of Wilderness Lord Scarlet Swallow's child. The treasures on a Dao Lord like him are comparable to many factions in Chaos Sea. In this transaction, he only had Shanhai's treasures heavenly venerable one time. Shanhai, 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 Hi, 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 Shanhai, Hi, Shanhai was Shanks was Shanhai, Hi, Hi, Shanhai. The supreme treasures on him were either too powerful, such as the sky-reaching tower, the 8 clouds pavilion, and the 7-layer mountain. Either that, or they were all level 7 and below, but there was no level 8 supreme treasure. 8th stage supreme treasure, purple striped golden wings. It's a special flying supreme treasure. It's best for flying and dodging in close combat. If it's exchanged in the military supply hall, it'll probably cost 1,000,000 military credits. Jiang Xi looked at the pair of golden wings in his hand. There were many purple patterns on them, which looked very mysterious. Although Heavenly Tower's speed is fast, in close combat, Heavenly Tower's speed is useless. With these purple-patterned golden wings, I will be more agile in battle in the future, and my strength will also increase. Next, Jiang Xi began a long period of cultivation. During this trip to the Tsangming mountain range, he had obtained a large amount of eternal experience points and a large number of treasures. He could use this opportunity to improve himself. Time flew. On the 8,400th year since Jiang Xi came to Dream Origin Realm, Tu Ji quietly came to Jiang Xi's island. Shanhai, did you know? Captain and the others are back. Tu Ji seemed to be gloating. Oh. How was it? Jiang Xi was surprised. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about the group of warriors who were still working hard in the Tsangming mountain range. How could it be? Of course it's tragic. Tu Ji laughed. Half of the 3 groups died. Even Quan Zhu died. Quan Zhu died. Jiang Xi was even more surprised. Quan Zhu was the leader of the 3rd group of beasts. It shouldn't be difficult for him to gather 10,000 military credits, right? Who knows? It's said that the 3 groups fought fiercely. Tu Ji sighed. A disaster-level mission shouldn't have caused so many deaths. It seems that the captain was too ruthless and forced Quan Zhu and Qing Wan to go crazy. After a big battle, Quan Zhu died, and Qing Wan survived. However, the captain also suffered heavy losses. It's said that his foundation was damaged. Even if he survives this time, he'll probably die in the next mission if he's not careful. Tu Ji had no sympathy for the miserable state of the 3rd group. Instead, he hated the old warriors. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, had the mentality of a bystander. He neither sympathized nor hated them. You can do whatever you want. I'm just a passerby. I hope you'll still be alive when I leave the Dream Origin realm. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. During this period of quiet cultivation, he had applied for an elite mission from the military supply hall. The death rate of this mission was 90%. Any Tao Lord in the Dream Origin realm would be afraid and would consider it. Jiang Xi was very confident. Although he was still a Tao Lord, he was already a third-stage celestial master. In the long history of the Dream Origin realm, no Tao Lord could achieve such a leap in strength. Moreover, his strength was not achieved with the help of any treasure. It was his own strength. He looked at the experience panel, cultivation, true body, universe Tao Lord, 900 yuan/900 yuan, doppelganger, universe Tao Lord, 900 yuan/900 yuan, Tao technique, sword Tao origin, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, 5 elements origin, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, life origin, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, secret technique, mountain sea sword scripture, heavenly Tao scroll, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, 8 lives, 2,586 yuan/30,000 yuan for the third level, cloud annihilation, 3,027 yuan/30,000 yuan for the third level. Cultivation technique, purple cloud sword scripture deduction, 1 million experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point. 1,841 trillion eternal experience point, 29202 yuan. The panel had changed a lot. Jiang Xi had successfully deduced 3 origins in the past 8,000 years. He had used the experience points to upgrade all 3 origins to the perfect realm. With such a realm, he could break through to the celestial master level at any time. However, he did not choose to break through immediately as he was waiting for the elite mission. In addition, Jiang Xi had upgraded the 2 ultimate skills of the 8 Clouds legacy to the 3rd level. He might be able to reach the 4th level in a few thousand or 10,000 years. 8 lives, cloud annihilation, these 2 ultimate skills target the body and the primordial spirit respectively. Even though I have just entered the 3rd level, the strength of my body has reached the level of a level 8 ultimate treasure, and the strength of my primordial spirit is comparable to that of a 3rd-step celestial master. With such a foundation, Jiang Xi believed that he could kill a 1st-step celestial master with 1 punch even if he was barehanded. With such strength, there was no need to fear the elite mission. Time continued to pass. The first 10,000 years of Jiang Xi's stay in the Dream Origin realm passed quickly. Primordial Realm, Chaos Sea, Myriad World Ruins. This huge abyss with a diameter of more than 300 million light-years was still filled with the energy of the fusion of wind and fire. Since the experts of various forces who were wandering in the Myriad World Ruins were drawn into the mysterious Dream Origin realm 10,000 years ago, this place had become the most lively place in the entire Chaos Sea. There were almost 100 forces in the Chaos Sea, and almost all of them had sent their experts into the Dream Origin realm. At the same time, some of them were stationed at the edge of the Myriad World Ruins, paying attention to everything that was happening here. Swoosh! Swoosh! From time to time, rays of colorful light would streak across the void and fly into the energy of the fusion of wind and fire, entering the Dream Origin realm. At this moment, a quaint 8-story pavilion flew over. The forces stationed here immediately recognized that it was the core of the inheritance in the 8 Cloud Ruins, the 8 Cloud Pavilion. It's the Mountain Sea Tao Lord. I heard that the Mountain Sea Tao Lord is wandering in the Dream Origin realm. Is it his doppelganger who is controlling this treasure? Although the Mountain Sea Tao Lord is a Tao Lord, he is known as the Invincible Celestial Master. Regardless of whether it's his doppelganger or his doppelganger, we can't provoke him. The forces did not act rashly and allowed the 8 Cloud Pavilion to stop at the edge of the Myriad World Ruins. At this moment, in one of the spaces in the 8-cloud pavilion. The dream origin realm is full of danger. After you follow me in, I will bring you directly to the camp of the White Flame Army. Then, you will participate in the army selection. You all know the danger of joining the army, so I don't need to say more. After that, everything depends on you. Jiang Xi's doppelganger looked at the experts in front of him. Of course. Mountain Sea Dao Lord, sorry to trouble you. The Dao Lords spoke one after another. Jiang Xi just nodded. The 8-cloud pavilion carried the 8-cloud inheritance. Its value could not be measured simply by the grade of the supreme treasure. Of course, he could not bring it into the dream origin realm and had left it in the 4th universe. Now, as his strength increased, both his doppelganger and his doppelganger were not afraid of any experts in the Chaos Sea. Naturally, he could bring the 8-cloud pavilion out boldly. After a while. Whoosh! A 9-story tower emerged from the energy of the fusion of wind and fire and stopped in front of the 8-cloud pavilion. It was the Heaven Connecting Tower. Let's go. Jiang Xi ordered. Immediately, the Dao Lords in the human camp left the 8-cloud pavilion and entered the Heaven Connecting Tower. Only Jiang Xi's doppelganger and Dao Lord 9 Clouds were left in the 8-cloud pavilion. Jiang Xi, the 48 Dao Lords in the Dream Origin realm this time are all Dao Lords of other races from the human camp. After all, they are not humans. You just have to lead the way for them from the beginning. As for the future, don't worry too much. You still have to take care of yourself. Dao Lord 9 Clouds reminded. I understand. Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time, the Heaven Connecting Tower did not stop. Jiang Xi's true body led the Dao Lords into the myriad world's ruins again. Not far away, in a pitch-black flying ship, there was a Dao Lord in the form of a strange beast. After seeing this scene, its eyes flashed and it immediately followed into the myriad world's ruins. Sovereign ordered me to wait for the experts of the human camp in the 4th universe. I really did wait. And as Sovereign expected, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord will definitely come out to receive the experts of the human camp. They are too loyal. In this case, as long as I follow closely, I will know the location of the Mountain Sea Dao Lord in the Dream Origin realm. This Dao Lord's strange beast came from the Great Sky Sacred Ground. It looked completely different from the Great Sky race, so very few forces knew that it was an expert of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Because they were hunted by Jiang Xi previously, the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Ground no longer dared to appear in the Chaos Sea openly. They could only let this Dao Lord's strange beast monitor the myriad world's ruins. Soon, the black flying ship was sucked into the Dream Origin realm almost at the same time as the Heaven Connecting Tower. However, I lost him. The Dao Lord's strange beast in the black flying ship saw the Heaven Connecting Tower teleport away as soon as it entered. It could no longer follow. Although I lost him, this location belongs to the White Flame Army of the Dream Origin realm. Obviously, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord has most likely joined the White Flame Army. Dao Monarch Exotic Beast hurriedly informed the Great Sky Holy Land of this news through his clone. After the experts of the various forces of the Chaos Sea entered the Dream Origin realm, they were like a drop of water entering the vast ocean. They did not cause any commotion at all. After Jiang Xi brought the Dao Lords of the other races to the White Flame Army, he did not ask any more questions and continued his cultivation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. The White Flame Army's camp, the Great Yen Army's lake camp. Mountain Sea, Mountain Sea. A voice came from outside. Jiang Xi walked out of the stone house and looked up at the sky. He saw the 8-hooved ferocious beast, Tu Weasel, flying rapidly to his island. Mountain Sea, the other warriors are preparing to go on a new mission, Tu Weasel said hurriedly. There are also the 8 new recruits from the past 10,000 years. They will be participating in the mission as well. Let's hurry up and go. Although Jiang Xi had ruthlessly slaughtered him previously, Tu Weasel was still willing to team up with Jiang Xi. This was because he knew that he could survive by following Jiang Xi. 8 new recruits. This number surprised Jiang Xi. The army had a mission period every 10,000 years. The new recruits who joined would have to wait until the mission period began before they would be able to participate in their first mission. However, the Great Yan army was huge. The third squad he was in only had 8 new recruits. It was obvious that they had more recruits than the Great Yan army. The Great Yan army will be assigned many warriors every 10,000 years. Because our squad suffered too many losses in the previous disaster-level mission, the higher-ups mainly replenished our squad, Tu Weasel explained. I see. Jiang Xi nodded. However, Tu Weasel, I have to tell you in advance that I won't be going with you this time. You won't be going with us? Tu Weasel was puzzled. However, he was not worried. After the disaster-level mission, they would not receive any difficult missions for a long time. I have something to do. Jiang Xi did not explain too much. In the Dream Origin realm, participating in an elite mission was something to brag about. However, it was not necessary for him. Chapter 668. Just like last time, they gathered at the Island of Legacy before the mission began. This time, leader Yin Ji's team was hostile to Jiang Xi. Cheng Wan's team was friendly and their intention to rope him in was obvious. Such an obvious difference in treatment made the 8 new recruits curious about Jiang Xi. Recruits, let me remind you. After Riverward arrived at the basic inheritance island, he directly ignored the group of old warriors who had attracted Ji. Instead, he said to the new recruits, Cheng Wan is not bad. You can follow her. As for the captain, if you don't want to die, don't follow him. The 8 new recruits were stunned. Mountain Sea. Yin Ji shouted coldly with an ugly expression. Did I say something wrong? Jiang Xi looked at him indifferently. All the warriors in the third squad could feel the conflict between Jiang Xi and their leader. The new recruits didn't know what was going on, but the old warriors knew. Last time at the Tsangming Mountains, leader Yin Ji was greedy for Shanhai's military merits. After a round of encirclement, it ended in failure. The conflict between the two parties was thus settled. Except the military mission. Yin Ji didn't dare to fight with Jiang Xi in the end. He had seen Jiang Xi's strength and his foundation was damaged. Naturally, he didn't want to go against Jiang Xi. He was even a little afraid. The third squad spent almost a day shuttling through the military camp and finally arrived at the Black Mission Hall. Boom! A beam of light enveloped all the warriors in the third squad. The other warriors all received simple missions, but Jiang Xi received an elite mission. The Valley of the Divine King. The place where His Majesty the Divine King lived. Jiang Xi was surprised. The location of the elite mission is there. Mission location, the Valley of the Divine King. Mission details, the Great Divine King left a verdant cloud building in the Valley of the Divine King. The building is 9 floors high. The mission objective is to enter the verdant cloud building and climb the floors. Mission rewards, 1. Leave the verdant cloud building alive and you will receive 100,000 military merits. 2. Reach the 9th floor and you will enter the elite team and enjoy endless benefits. Mission punishment, non-important reminder, so far, only His Majesty the Deity King has entered the 9th floor of the verdant cloud building. The participants of this mission are all top-notch Downlord warriors from the 4 armies of the Dream Origin realm. The death rate is 90% on average. Please be careful. Verdant Cloud Brothel. Jiang Xi wasn't concerned about the death rate. He was familiar with the name Verdant Cloud. A long time ago, when he was still in the nascent Soul Realm, he had participated in the 9 Realms Genius Tournament of the Tao Alliance. Besides, This Qingyun road was very similar to the Lingwan road in the Yaoqi cave on Earth. That was why he had such a deep impression of him. Of course, this thought only flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, and he didn't think too much about it. After all, in this vast world, there were too many situations with similar names. For example, the name Shanhai could be found in hundreds and thousands of White Flame Army soldiers. Jiang Xi turned his attention back to the mission. Challenging the Verdant Cloud Pavilion might seem simple, but there's no punishment even if you fail. But in fact, an average death rate of 90% is the scariest punishment. Obviously, there was no punishment worse than death. Every Dao Lord warrior who took on an elite mission knew about this death rate. They would definitely prepare many life-saving items in advance. However, there were still so many deaths. One could imagine how dangerous and difficult it was. I can't be careless. Although I still have a clone, even if my main body dies, I won't completely die. However, I still have many important Dharma treasures like the Heavenly Tower and the Sevenfold Mountain. If I lose them all in the Dream Origin realm, it will definitely be a great loss. Jiang Xi thought. This mission is very simple. Captain Yin Ji's voice came from the side. As long as you recruits don't mess around, you can easily pass this mission. Last time, it was a disaster-level mission. We followed our captain and survived. You 8 recruits, hurry up and come over. We are willing to accept you. Hurry up and come over. Yin Ji and the warriors under his command all opened their mouths and shouted. Follow you. Even if we don't die this time, we will die in the future. Qing Wan said coldly. She stared at Yin Ji's subordinates and sneered. Haven't you suffered enough? Last time, if Quan Zhu and I didn't join forces and force our captain to abandon you, do you think you can survive? The faces of Yin Ji and his subordinates turned ugly. The 8 recruits also hesitated. I am willing to go with Qing Wan and the others. 2 Itachi shouted. Jiang Xi, who was studying the elite mission, also turned to look. There were only 2 groups left in the 3rd squad. The captain's group and Qing Wan's group. Now that 2 Itachi had joined Qing Wan's group, only the 8 recruits were still hesitating. At this moment, the recruits looked at Jiang Xi. They all felt that the senior warriors of the 3rd squad, be it the captain or Qing Wan, were somewhat afraid of Jiang Xi. Go with Qing Wan and the others. At least, Qing Wan won't abandon you at a critical moment because she doesn't have the strength to travel alone. Jiang Xi smiled. As soon as he said this, one of the 8 recruits who were originally hesitating walked directly towards Qing Wan. With someone taking the lead, the other recruits followed one after another. Because they also felt that this senior warrior, Shanhai, with a special status, made a lot of sense. In terms of strength, Qing Wan was not as strong as the captain, and she relied more on her subordinates. Shanhai. You want to be enemies with the captain? Shanhai. Captain Yin Ji's subordinates were furious. Yin Ji didn't speak, only using his eyes to stare at Jiang Xi. Enemies with your captain? Jiang Xi looked at Yin Ji and chuckled. Is he worthy? The warriors instantly glared, and Yin Ji's expression turned ugly. Shanhai. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. 2 Itachi, Qing Wan, let's go. Jiang Xi smiled and greeted 2 Itachi and Qing Wan. Then, he directly walked towards the spatial whirlpool beside the Black Mission Hall. Let's go. Let's go. 2 Itachi, Qing Wan, and the other warriors also flew into the spatial whirlpool. The captain and his subordinates were left behind with gloomy faces. Captain, are we just going to let Shanhai go? Captain, there are less than 10 warriors on our side now, and Qing Wan has more warriors. If Shanhai makes trouble again, your prestige will be gone. You can't just let him go. Captain, the old warriors all looked at the captain. Yin Ji's eyelids twitched, and he really wanted to slap this group of subordinates to death. Go against Shanhai. He wouldn't even know how he died. Last time in the Tsangming mountain range, only he had fought with Shanhai, and he knew Shanhai's strength. He was far from being Shanhai's opponent. Ignore him for now. Yin Ji said coldly. Whoosh. He led the way into the spatial whirlpool, and the other warriors looked at each other, confused. Why would the proud captain be so soft on Shanhai? Was the captain really afraid of Shanhai? Many thoughts appeared in the minds of the old warriors. In an area outside the White Flame Army camp, a large number of spatial whirlpools were gathered here. Whoosh! 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 Batches of warriors appeared from those spatial whirlpools one after another, and then they left on various flying boats and supreme treasures. An 8-armed Daolord was standing atop an ancient tree not too far away from this region, staring intently at the spatial vortices. There are so many people going out on missions. The 8-armed Daolord sent a voice transmission. Say, how long do you think we have to keep watching like this? On another tree not far away, there was a warrior in gray armor. He smiled and transmitted his voice. The army has a mission period every 10,000 years. Now that the new mission period has just begun, many small teams have begun to go out and carry out missions. Now is the craziest time of the year. If that Mountain Sea Dao Lord Jiang Xi wants to leave the camp, it's very likely that he will go out at this time. The Supremes asked the 10 of us to watch the exit of the White Flame Army camp. After 100 years, when the next batch of experts from the sacred land arrives, we can go out on missions. At this moment, the 10 Dao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land were watching the exit of the camp. At this stage, it was the peak period for warriors to leave the camp. The probability of Jiang Xi appearing was the highest, so they naturally couldn't be careless. Look, it's the Blue Flame Army. Watch carefully. That's a special legion. It's very likely that Jiang Xi is in the special legion. Among the large number of warriors leaving the camp, warriors from the special legion would occasionally appear. As time passed, more warriors from the special legion appeared one after another. However, the 10 Dao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land didn't find any trace of Jiang Xi. Finally, swoosh! Another group of figures in fiery red armor flew out of one of the spatial whirlpools. It's the Great Yen Army. This is also a special legion. Keep an eye on them. The 10 Dao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land immediately focused their gazes. The group of figures flew out one after another. Each of them was wearing fiery red Great Yen armor. Just from the style of the armor, one could tell the origin of the legion. Mountain Sea, then we'll part ways here. Mountain Sea, are you really not going on a mission with us? Where are you going? Tu Itachi and Chen Luan both asked. I have something important to do, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Since this was just a normal conversation, whether it was Jiang Xi, Tu Itachi, or Chen Luan, none of them used their spiritual senses. When the 10 Dao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land saw Jiang Xi, they didn't realize that this was the Mountain Sea Dao Lord they were looking for. This was because in this army, Jiang Xi's appearance had changed slightly. He had become more rugged. In addition, he was covered in Great Yen armor and had a helmet that covered most of his face. Therefore, it was impossible to tell that this was Jiang Xi at a glance. As Jiang Xi and the others spoke, although they were far away and couldn't hear anything, the Dao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land could easily determine the content of the conversation just by looking at their lips. Mountain Sea. These two words immediately attracted their attention. The target's figure and appearance are similar to that of a human. It's very likely that he's Mountain Sea Dao Lord Jiang Xi. Keep an eye on him. Immediately approach and identify him. Soon, one of the 10 Dao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land who were monitoring from afar, wearing an ordinary legion's armor, flew directly toward the spatial whirlpool. Swoosh! As there were too many warriors coming and going in the surroundings, how could Jiang Xi notice an ordinary warrior? When the ordinary warrior flew past him, oh! Jiang Xi frowned slightly and turned to look. 8 arms? He looks very similar to the experts from the Great Sky Sacred Land. His aura is also somewhat similar. What a coincidence! I actually encountered an expert from the Great Sky Sacred Land here. It seems that he should have discovered me. Jiang Xi shook his head gently again. So what if he discovered me? In the Dream Origin realm, it's not up to the Great Sky Sacred Land to speak. Jiang Xi didn't make a move because this was the Dream Origin realm and not the Chaos Sea. He couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, he didn't take the Great Sky Sacred Land seriously. The rules of the Dream Origin realm were set by the army. Even the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness, which had an eternal Grand Paragon, had to listen to the army's orders obediently. A mere Great Sky Sacred Land was nothing. Let's go. Jiang Xi then drove a Class 7 flying ship and quickly tore through the air. When the 8 Arms Tao Lord flew past Jiang Xi, he exchanged glances with Jiang Xi. He instantly confirmed. It's Mountain Sea Tao Lord, it's Jiang Xi. Information confirmed. Immediately report to the Supreme. The 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land excitedly sent the news back to the Great Sky Sacred Land. At this moment, the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea, the Great Sky Sacred Land universe, the Divine Palace at the core of the Great Hammer Divine World. A blurry figure stood there in midair, and below him were 10 kneeling Tao Lords. Are you sure it's Jiang Xi? Great Sky Supreme asked. Yes, Supreme. It's Jiang Xi. His name in the Dream Origin realm is Mountain Sea, which matches his title of Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Moreover, I personally flew past him and saw half of his face and eyes. They are identical to Jiang Xi's. The 8 Arms Tao Lord replied respectfully. Very good. Great Sky Supreme nodded gently. Since we've confirmed that he's a warrior of the Great Yen Army, immediately find out which regiment and which squad he's in. We must find out. Yes. The 10 Tao Lords below immediately responded. This mission was very easy. After all, the number of warriors in the Great Yen Army was limited. Now that they knew Jiang Xi's name in the Dream Origin realm and his appearance, it was easy to find out who he was. After you've found out, there's no need to rush into action, Great Sky Supreme said again. Let's wait for Jiang Xi to return to the camp first before we start the killing. If we start the killing in advance and leak the news, it won't be good if he escapes. We can only wait for him to return to the camp and let him fall into a killing trap with nowhere to run. Yes. The Dream Origin realm was a huge world. In the central region of this world, there was a vast and endless blue ocean. In the middle of the ocean, there was a vast continent. The Godly King Valley was on that continent. After Jiang Xi left the camp, he drove a Class 7 flying ship and constantly teleported and flew in the Dream Origin realm. It took him almost a year to reach the Godly King continent. I'm here. He stood on the flying ship and looked at the vast continent in the blue ocean. What would the place where the Godly King lived be like? Chapter 669. The Dream Origin realm had a total of 5 continents. The White Flame Army, the Green Wind Army, the Mountain Shield Army, and the Styx River Army each ruled a vast continent and part of the ocean. In this vast and boundless ocean, there were many islands of various sizes. Among them, the Godly Monarch mainland was the largest island. Although it was far smaller than the other 4 continents, it had a special status because it was where His Majesty lived. It was also considered the 5th continent. Godly Monarch mainland. Jiang Xi looked down and saw it. The entire continent's mountain ranges rose and fell. Mountains and rivers were everywhere, exuding rich vitality. Oh. Jiang Xi was suddenly alarmed. This was because he realized that the countless undulating mountain ranges were like Tao Dharma patterns that appeared. Even the lakes were like nodes. Just by looking down at the entire godly monarch mainland, Jiang Xi felt large amounts of Tao Dharma profundity surge into his mind. However, these Tao Dharma profundities were too profound, far exceeding what he could understand now. As expected of the place where chaos essence godly monarch once lived. Even the topography of the mountains and rivers contains truth. Jiang Xi sighed inwardly. Just as he was looking down at the godly monarch mainland from high in the sky, a figure suddenly teleported over from the continent below and rapidly approached Jiang Xi. This is the godly monarch mainland. Trespassing is prohibited. Stop. At the same time, a cold bellow sounded. The voice rumbled, immediately isolating Jiang Xi from the outside world. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Eternal spacetime. Jiang Xi was immediately alarmed. Any one of them was an eternal supremacy. I'm the White Flame Army's Great Yen Legion's warrior Mountain Sea. I came to the godly monarch mainland because I applied for an elite mission. Jiang Xi left the flying ship and shouted at the distant figure. Warrior Mountain Sea. The Eternal Supremacy glanced at Jiang Xi from afar and scrutinized him carefully. Whoosh. Following that, the surrounding spacetime returned to normal. Follow me. The distant Eternal Supremacy nodded. Jiang Xi immediately flew over obediently, not daring to have any thoughts. Even though he already had the strength of an invincible heavenly venerable, he had no way of resisting an eternal supremacy. As he flew over, Jiang Xi also observed the other party. This eternal supremacy was very similar to a tribal warrior. He had a human appearance, but his body was dark gold in color. Even though he wasn't deliberately releasing any aura, he still gave off an extremely domineering aura. Mountain Sea greetings. Jiang Xi bowed after he flew. Eternal supremacy of the monarch mainland, eternal supremacy, said eternal supremacy directly, supremacy, you monarch mainland supremacy godly monarch mainland, monarch mainland supremacy of supremacy, understood. Riverward replied. Of the supremacy of monarch supremacy. The more Jiang Xi looked at the continent below, the more mysterious he felt. He couldn't help but ask, Lord Supremacy, I feel that there are Taoist patterns everywhere in the monarch mainland. Is there danger everywhere? Supremacy glanced at Jiang Xi and revealed a rare smile. That's right. The monarch mainland is indeed filled with danger. It's the most dangerous place in the dream origin realm. This continent is too large. If a large number of Tao lords and heavenly venerables were to barge in here, even if there are many eternal supremacies guarding this place, it's impossible to take care of all of them. With these dangers, no experts would dare to barge in. Jiang Xi nodded. The information he received also reminded him that trespassing on the monarch mainland was forbidden. Anyone who did would be killed. Dojo? These two simple words caused Riverward to feel waves of shock in his heart. He had the God King level inheritance of 8 clouds, so he naturally knew a lot about the Eternal Realm and the Primordial Chaos Realm. The Primordial Chaos Realm was a self-created Taoist technique, not a step-by-step cultivation of a Taoist technique that already existed. If he could create a complete Tao technique, he would be able to use this Tao technique to form a Tao field. I didn't expect to see the dojo of a Chaos Origin Divine King here. Jiang Xi held his breath. This was a legendary place. Even in the more powerful Primordial Realm and Star Realm, there weren't many godly monarch Bodhimanda. It didn't take long for Riverward and Paragon Shojin to arrive in the air above a beautiful valley. That is the Godly King Valley. Autarch Shojin pointed towards the valley below. In the past, His Majesty the God King often stayed in the God King's Valley. I've already informed the guards of your arrival. Go ahead. They won't stop you. Thank you very much, Lord Shojin. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Also, look at that 9-story tower. Supreme Shojin pointed at the tallest building in the entire God King Valley. That's the Verdant Cloud Tower. I hope to see you come out alive after this elite mission is over. With that, Supreme Shojin shook his head and disappeared into thin air. Jiang Xi also looked at the 9-story tower and thought to himself, come out alive? Not only do I want to come out alive, but I also want to see what's inside. Why hasn't a single Dao Lord reached the top in these endless years? He was full of confidence and had an unstoppable momentum. Whoosh! Jiang Xi flew over. The God King Valley was heavily guarded, but the guards already knew that Jiang Xi was here for the elite mission, so they didn't stop him. They only shouted coldly through voice transmission, "You are not allowed to fly in the God King Valley." Hence, Jiang Xi walked forward. He walked on the quiet path of the God King Valley and arrived at the bottom of the Verdant Cloud Tower. The Verdant Cloud Tower was 1,000 light-years tall. It was the tallest building in the God King Valley. At this moment, there were already 6 figures at the bottom of the towering tower. "Warrior, come here," one of the 6 figures, a 2-horned beast, growled. The 2-horned beast was a heavenly venerable while the other 5 figures were Dao Lords. Jiang Xi didn't say anything and walked over. "You're the 6th Dao Lord warrior in this batch." The 2-horned beast said in a deep voice, "According to the rules, each batch has to have 10 Dao Lord warriors before they can enter the Verdant Cloud Tower. 3 batches have already gone in. You're the 4th batch. Wait until there are 10 of you before you go in." Jiang Xi nodded to show that he understood. He looked around. The other 5 Dao Lord warriors were standing or sitting casually in the open space in front of the Verdant Cloud Tower. There were also Dao Lords who were lying on the ground. "The Great Yen Legion. You're from the White Flame Legion." One of the tall and thin warriors walked over. He was a warrior from a tribe. What he was wearing was a set of armor with a strange red tree engraved on it. "You're from the Sequoia Legion." Jiang Xi smiled. The Sequoia Legion was one of the White Flame Legion's special legions. "I'm Lai Yu from the Sequoia Legion." "I'm Shan Hai from the Great Yen Legion." The two of them introduced each other. The tall and thin Lai Yu immediately put on a friendly expression. He smiled and said, "The other 4 warriors are from other armies. It's a pleasure to meet a warrior from the White Flame Legion here." "Oh, right, which brigade are you from?" "I've been in the White Flame Legion for 100 million years, and this is my first time meeting you." "I'm a new recruit," Jiang Xi replied casually. As soon as he said this, Lai Yu was shocked. Even the other 4 Dao Lord warriors nearby focused their gazes on him. A new recruit. Realization dawned on Lai Yu. "No wonder I've never seen you before. You must have joined in the last few tens of thousands of years. There are only so many special legions in the White Flame Legion, and I'm familiar with the most outstanding Dao Lord warriors. However, since you dare to participate in the elite mission, you must be strong. I believe your name, Shan Hai, will soon spread to all the special legions in the White Flame Legion." Jiang Xi smiled. Everyone was willing to listen to compliments. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous to enter the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Since they were all from the White Flame Legion, it was normal for them to build a good relationship. Perhaps, there would be some gang leaders when it came time to challenge the pavilion. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Another 4 Dao Lord warriors arrived. 10 of them. The 2-horned beast Heavenly Venerable growled. "You're the 4th batch of warriors to enter the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. I'll tell you in advance that more than half of the 3 batches of warriors who entered earlier have fallen. I hope you'll survive and I'll have a chance to see you again." The expressions of the 10 Dao Lord warriors changed. Jiang Xi was shocked as well. Those who dared to take on the elite mission were naturally not weak. However, more than half of the 3 batches of warriors from earlier had fallen. Rumble. In the distance, a door that was over 100 light-years tall was slowly opening. It let out a deafening sound and emitted countless dazzling lights. At the same time, an endless pressure spread out from the slowly opening door. "Go in." The 2-horned beast Heavenly Venerable shouted. Jiang Xi and the other 10 Dao Lord warriors looked at each other. Then, they transformed into streaks of light and flew toward the towering door. None of them dared to teleport. After all, everyone knew how dangerous the elite mission was. Passing through the door was like entering another world. The first floor of the verdant cloud pavilion. It was a vast desert world. Gusts of cold wind blew past. It was extremely cold. There was frost faintly forming on the sand. It was extremely cold. After Jiang Xi and the other 10 entered, they looked around and observed their surroundings. The mission is to climb the pavilion. What kind of test will it be? Jiang Xi was also observing. This desert world was boundless and there was no end in sight. Even the door behind them had disappeared. The verdant cloud pavilion is extremely dangerous. Mountain Sea, where do you think is the priority? Is it under the desert? Lai Yu transmitted his voice from the side. I don't know. Jiang Xi shook his head. There were a total of 10 Dao Lord warriors. 6 of them were from tribes and 4 were ferocious beasts. Everyone was very careful and vigilant. As for the White Flame Army, only Jiang Xi and Lai Yu were from the White Flame Army. The 2 of them naturally moved closer. If they encountered danger, they could deal with it together. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded in the peaceful desert world. A tyrannical energy shockwave spread out in all directions, instantly sweeping through the endless area. Jiang Xi and the others sensed the powerful impact and immediately turned to look. In the sky above the desert world, a dazzling pillar of lightning appeared. It twisted and extended downward. In just a few seconds, the huge pillar of lightning connected the desert and the endless sky. What's that? It seems to contain extremely powerful energy. The warriors were puzzled. At that moment, the surface of the pillar of lightning suddenly distorted and huge black words appeared. Black as ink, each word emitted a monstrous killing intent that directly invaded the minds of every warrior. Even though Riverward's primordial spirit was comparable to a third-step Empyrean, he was still affected by that powerful killing intent. His heart stirred, and his eyes glowed red as a bloodthirsty killing intent gushed out. At the same time, those black words appeared in the sky. This is the passage to the 2nd level of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. You must kill a warrior to enter the passage. If you don't kill other warriors, you will never be able to leave. When the next batch of warriors opens the door again, those who don't enter the 2nd level will be annihilated. The black words floated in the air, emitting endless pressure. The killing intent within could easily affect every warrior. With such power, if they wanted to annihilate this group of Dao Lords, it would probably be done with a sweep. No one could escape the punishment of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Xi and the other warriors did not doubt the black words at all. Therefore, they had to kill a warrior to enter the passage and enter the 2nd level. In other words, at least 5 of the 10 warriors will die. Jiang Xi was shocked. He now understood why the 2-horned beast Heavenly Venerable said that more than half of the warriors in the first 3 batches had died. Kill one. Who should we choose? Jiang Xi scanned the surroundings. Because the 10 warriors had entered together, they were not too far away from each other. At that moment, everyone was looking around warily, looking at the other warriors. They were also thinking about who to choose as their opponent. Those who dared to come here were naturally not ordinary. If they chose the wrong one and chose someone too strong, then they would be unlucky. Buzz! Silently, the surrounding spacetime froze. This was something that everyone did almost at the same time. Boom! With a violent roar, one of the warriors made his move. As soon as he attacked, the oppressive atmosphere from before exploded. Boom! 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 One by one, the Tao Lord warriors unleashed their full combat strength and attacked their target. Roar! An ugly scaled beast roared and charged in front of Jiang Xi. Go to hell! A tall and sturdy tribal warrior, wielding a ferocious giant hammer, smashed it towards riverward. Kill! A black light swept directly at Jiang Xi's head. 3 warriors chose to attack Jiang Xi at the same time. Jiang Xi laughed. It seemed that this situation was caused by him admitting that he was a new recruit outside the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Of course, the strong were bold. He was not afraid of anything. That was why he dared to say that before. First attack, then change. Chapter 670. Seeing the 3 warriors attacking him, Jiang Xi retreated quickly. Boom! An illusory mountain, river, lake, and sea came crashing down and enveloped the surroundings. It was his space-time domain, the mountain-sea space-time. Suddenly, space-time froze and shrouded the 3 attacking warriors. Jiang Xi also saw them clearly at this moment, especially the most ghostly one. Of the 3 Tao Lord warriors attacking him, the first was a scaled beast warrior, the second was a burly tribal warrior. The third was actually Lai Yu, who came from the White Flame Army like him. Lai Yu! Jiang Xi shouted coldly. You and I are both White Flame Army warriors. This is only the first floor of the Verdant Cloud brothel, and you want to attack me? You are a new recruit. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Lai Yu said coldly. Boom! Lai Yu was surrounded by layers of black light. It was his space-time domain. He wanted to break through Jiang Xi's space-time imprisonment. You're the one who's courting death. Jiang Xi shouted immediately. His body swayed, and he instantly turned into a flash of sword light. He easily dodged the beast warrior and the burly tribal warrior and pounced toward Lai Yu. This simple swaying and pouncing caused the 3 warriors attacking Jiang Xi to change their expressions. If they were weak, they might not be able to see anything. However, they were all elites of the special armies. They immediately saw that Jiang Xi's movement technique was terrifying. Oh no! Lai Yu shouted. Whoosh! A layer of green light appeared on his body. He seemed to have turned into a green bird. With a flap of his wings and a flick of his tail, his speed soared and he quickly fled. 8th stage supreme treasure, green-winged bird. Jiang Xi was surprised. He had seen this supreme treasure on the exchange list in the White Flame Army's quartermaster hall. It required 600,000 military credits to exchange for it. This was a special flying supreme treasure that was extremely good at escaping. It might not be good at dodging, but it was extremely fast when fleeing in a straight line. If one was not careful, even a 3rd-step heavenly venerable would not be able to catch up. As expected, none of them are easy to deal with. Jiang Xi sighed. This was an 8th-tier supreme treasure. In the primordial realm's chaos sea, even a 3rd-step heavenly venerate was not qualified to possess it. In the dream origin realm, a top-tier Tao Lord warrior could fly around with a tier 8 supreme treasure. Of course, while Jiang Xi was sighing with emotion, Lai Yu was shocked. When he saw Jiang Xi's body as one with the sword, he knew that he had hit a wall. In the face of such close combat techniques, Jiang Xi could attack him 10 times, but he would only attack once, and he would be blocked. Therefore, when he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately showed his trump card and escaped. You're fast. Jiang Xi shook his head lightly, not intending to chase after him. He was very clear that Lai Yu had this tier 8 supreme treasure on him. Wanting to kill Lai Yu was still a certain level of difficulty. Right now, it was not a good time to pursue and fight. Far away. To be exact, it was extremely far away. Lai Yu was enveloped by the Tier 8 supreme treasure, the green-winged bird. He looked like a huge bird as he looked at Jiang Xi from afar. He's a recruit too. Lai Yu's expression was unsightly. Is he lying to me? No, I know all the powerful warriors in the Great Yen army. I don't know any of them unless they're recruits. Then, he shouldn't be lying. He's a recruit, and yet, he's so powerful. This is troublesome. Even if he managed to survive on the first level, there's still the second level, the third level. Lai Yu regretted it. Why was his foresight so bad? The first time he probably picked the most powerful warrior in their batch. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lai Yu fled quickly. When the other two warriors saw that the situation was bad, they immediately scattered and fled as well. A pair of black wings appeared on the back of the burly warrior with the huge hammer. It was the Tier 7 supreme treasure, the Black Cloud wings. He flapped his wings and flew away with a whistle. On the other hand, the beast warrior was the slowest. He was the last to flee. The slowest to flee. Then, I'll take you. Jiang Xi chose a new target. His figure flashed as he charged forward. A pair of golden wings with purple veins appeared on his back. It was the Tier 8 supreme treasure he had obtained from Tu Itachi. It was best at flying and dodging in close combat. Boom. He vanished from the spot in an instant. No. That ferocious beast warrior noticed this scene and was immediately shocked because this speed was too fast. How can he be so fast? The beast warrior was terrified. At the same time, he felt regret and despair. He regretted that he had exchanged for treasures in the army before joining the elite mission. However, he had only exchanged for offensive treasures. He did not exchange for life-saving treasures. In terms of offensive power, he was not afraid of any Dao Lord warriors. He felt despair when he saw Jiang Xi's speed and dodging ability. He knew that even if he had a Tier 8 supreme treasure, he would still lose if he continued fighting with Jiang Xi. Therefore, he had to flee. However, he could not escape. Boom! Jiang Xi vanished from the spot and appeared in front of the beast warrior. Whoosh! A black and white sword light whistled out and slashed straight at the beast warrior's head. That powerful Dao rune shook the void. Jiang Xi's strength had long been invincible among heavenly venerables. Now, he could completely crush this beast warrior by casually displaying some of his strength. Therefore, this was destined to be a one-sided battle. The other warriors in the distance were even more shocked and they saw the power of this sword. At their level, almost all of them had the combat strength of a first-step heavenly venerable, reaching the limit of combat strength that a Dao Lord powerhouse could unleash. If their cultivation realm did not break through, it was almost impossible for their combat strength to break through to a higher level. Therefore, when everyone really fought, the gap between them would not be too great. However, they now discovered that this warrior, Shan Hai, was too strong. This sword has already surpassed a first-step heavenly venerable. His speed is also freakishly strong. That pair of wings is actually a Tier 8 supreme treasure. It's hard to imagine how a recruit like him accumulated so many military merits. We have all accumulated military merits for tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, before we can exchange for a special Tier 8 supreme treasure. While these warriors were fighting, they were also paying attention to Jiang Xi's battle. They knew very well that the final goal of the mission was to reach the top of the Verdant Cloud Tower. Since the first level of the Verdant Cloud Tower made them kill each other, then there were still 8 levels after that. Obviously, it was very likely that there would be tests where they would kill each other. Or rather, under the motivation of some benefits, it was possible that they would take the initiative to kill each other. Therefore, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to figure out the strength of the other warriors. However, after watching for a while, they recognized a fact. This Shan Hai is not to be provoked. Stay as far away as you can. If I knew he was so strong, I wouldn't have dealt with him. Lai Yu was the one who regretted it the most. If I didn't make a move just now, then perhaps he could have helped me in the later levels of tests. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. On the other side. Roar. The beast warrior roared into the sky, the scales all over its body emitting a dim light. It raised its huge claws, wanting to block Jiang Xi's sword. But how could it block it? Whoosh! The black and white sword light whistled as if it could cut through everything. The second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Tao Scroll, 5 Elements Yin Yang. This sword landed directly on the scaled beast's neck, and a huge head soared into the sky. However, this beast warrior's vitality was very tenacious. Its head and body quickly merged into one. However, its aura was still 20% of its original, and it no longer had the strength to resist. Shan Hai, spare my life. The beast warrior begged for mercy in despair. Jiang Xi ignored it and raised his hand to swing his sword again. I'm willing to give up all my treasures. The beast warrior was terrified and anxious. After killing you, your treasures will be mine, Jiang Xi said coldly. Moreover, I need your life to go to the second level. Just now, this beast warrior had taken the initiative to attack him, so there was naturally no need to show mercy. Whoosh! The sword struck again, and the black and white sword light flashed. No! The beast warrior roared in despair, filled with unwillingness. However, it was useless even if he was unwilling. This sword landed on his body again with unstoppable force. In an instant, his huge body was annihilated. You killed a Universe Realm Tao Lord. Eternal experience +9, there are quite a lot of treasures left behind. Jiang Xi waved his hand and put away the large number of items left behind by the beast warrior. Not counting the treasures below grade 7, there was a total of 1 grade 8 offensive treasure and 4 grade 7 treasures. Killing a top-notch Tao Lord warrior in an army is more profitable than killing 10 ordinary heavenly venerables. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. In the cold and barren desert, the cold wind whistled. And in several incomparably distant directions, battles were happening. Those warriors who were fighting occasionally glanced in Jiang Xi's direction. They're all quite far away from me. Jiang Xi shook his head. Originally, he wanted to kill a few more and get more treasures if he had the chance. First of all, he had to let the killing shadow sword devour the treasures he collected. This Yuan embryo supreme treasure could increase its grade by devouring other supreme treasures. It was worth mentioning that the killing shadow sword had devoured a large number of treasures in the 10,000 years he had been in seclusion and had successfully upgraded to a grade 9 treasure. However, he was now in the dream origin realm. Whether it was the heaven-reaching tower or the killing shadow sword, he was very careful when using them. Normally, he would only use an ordinary 7th-tier supreme treasure longsword. Secondly, he was now the biggest pillar of the race after all. He had to take care of the entire human race. The more treasures he obtained outside, the stronger the foundation of the human race. Forget it. Let's go to the next level first, Jiang Xi thought to himself. According to the mortality rate of elite missions, only 10% of people can leave the verdant cloud brothel alive. Only half of them died on the first level. And in their battles, the final spoils of war are in the hands of the victors. Later on, I can kill these victors and naturally get more. Jiang Xi looked at the 4 battles in the distance and did not stay any longer. He turned into a stream of light and flew directly to the lightning pillar in the middle of the desert. Whoosh! When Jiang Xi flew close, the lightning pillar did not stop him and allowed Jiang Xi to enter. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang Xi disappeared in the lightning pillar. He entered the second level. Phew, this terrifying guy finally entered the second level. The remaining 8 warriors who were fighting heaved a sigh of relief. If Jiang Xi had been watching from the side, they would have been uneasy even if he did not attack. This was because they clearly felt that they were not on the same level as Jiang Xi. We are the most outstanding Dao Lord warriors in the 4 armies. Logically speaking, even if there is someone stronger than us, he can't be that strong. How can this Mountain Sea warrior be so much stronger than us? They were all shocked and bewildered. After Jiang Xi left, the remaining 8 warriors could finally fight in pairs without worry. However, the difference between them and River Word was that because the difference in strength between them wasn't great, they fought much slower. On the other side, after a burst of spacetime, Jiang Xi appeared in a new world. Jiang Xi looked around. This was a vast, dark red land. There were cracks all over it, and a scarlet-red liquid could be faintly seen flowing through the cracks. At the same time, blazing streams of air spewed out from those cracks and spread everywhere. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it extremely dark and gloomy. 5 warriors. Jiang Xi's gaze finally landed in the distance. There were 5 warriors scattered, and they were all very far away from each other. They were all very vigilant. Are they from the previous batch? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Some of the warriors from the later batch actually came up. In the distance, a warrior who looked like a young man chuckled. He was wearing dark red armor, which seemed to fit in well with this dark red world. Why? Have you been waiting for the next batch? Jiang Xi asked. The rule of the Verdant Cloud Brothel is that every batch of 10 warriors is formed. Our batch only has 5 warriors left, so we have to wait for the next batch of 5 warriors to come up. The young warrior grinned. His smile was very bright, but deep in his eyes, there was a fierce glint. Jiang Xi nodded calmly. Under normal circumstances, that was the case. However, there were special circumstances, such as one warrior in a batch killing the other 9. If that happened, they might have to wait even longer. How will the second floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel test us? Jiang Xi probed again. I don't know. The Verdant Cloud Brothel didn't warn us. The other warriors also spoke. You're the first to come up. Looks like you're the strongest in your batch, the young warrior suddenly said. I was just lucky. Jiang Xi smiled. Where are the other warriors with you? The young warrior asked again. They'll be here soon, Jiang Xi replied naturally. Although they said they would wait for a while, they waited for a full hour before the other 4 warriors arrived on the second floor. Moreover, they arrived almost at the same time. Swoosh! As soon as Lai Yu appeared, his supreme treasure, the azure-winged bird, immediately flapped its wings and dodged far away. Only then did he look around warily. Finally, his gaze locked onto the distant Jiang Xi. He wasn't the only one. The other 3 warriors did the same. They all stayed far away from Jiang Xi. Upon seeing this, the young warrior and the other 4 warriors from the first batch all glanced at Jiang Xi. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that the 4 warriors who had just arrived were extremely wary and fearful of the red-armored warrior who had just arrived. He's actually able to make so many top-tier Dao Lord warriors fear him. His strength must be extraordinary. We have to be careful of him. The 5 warriors from the first batch all grew wary as well. Right at this moment, boom! 10 pillars of light descended from the skies, instantly enveloping the 10 of them. Chapter 671. The 10 pillars of light were extremely fast, and their momentum was monstrous. Jiang Xi and the other warriors had no time to dodge and were completely enveloped by the light pillars. This is the second level of the Verdant Cloud Tower. You will be teleported to a small world. If you survive all the attacks in the small world, you can pass this level. You are 2 batches of warriors. The first batch has rested for a long time and has recovered a lot. The second batch still needs to recover. So, you will be teleported to the small world one after the other. The majestic voice resounded in the minds of Jiang Xi and the other warriors. The next moment, the space-time around the young warrior and the other 4 warriors from the first batch shook. The 5 of them were instantly teleported to a faraway place in this world. From afar, they were separated and each of them was trapped in a small world with a diameter of about 100 million kilometers. Hurry up and heal your injuries. Hurry. The more you recover, the better. Lai Yu and the other 3 warriors quickly took out many treasures to heal their injuries. Jiang Xi watched from the side. His battle was very fast and he had consumed little energy. He was not injured. In another place, the young warrior was wearing dark red armor. He was looking around and observing this small world with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. Rumble. An ancient Tao pattern suddenly appeared in the sky above the world. It was also 100 million kilometers in diameter. All sorts of colorful Tao patterns interweaved together to form this Tao pattern that enveloped the entire ground below. Immediately after, a series of roars sounded. The ancient Tao pattern shot down beams of light. Bang! Bang! These beams of light were like swords and sabers, cutting down wantonly. The young warrior wielded his saber and slashed continuously. With a clang, he blocked a beam of light that was shot at him. The impact of the beam of light sent him flying and rolling in the air. During this process, the Tao pattern kept shooting beams of light that covered the sky. So, he was inevitably attacked by a large number of beams of light. Too strong. Each beam of light is comparable to a first-step heavenly venerable. If I didn't have an 8th-tier armor treasure, I'm afraid I would have been annihilated. The young warrior was horrified. He could withstand 10 or even 100 rays of such power. But when this endless light rushed over, it was terrifying. The 5 warriors in the first batch were all trapped in 5 small worlds. Every warrior was being ravaged by the Tao patterns in the small worlds. The 5 warriors in Riverward's group were also carefully observing the situation while recovering. It doesn't seem too dangerous. This is much better than the first level where we had to kill each other. That way, at least half of us would die. On this level, we only need to resist the attacks of the descending miniature worlds to survive. The other 4 warriors were quietly discussing among themselves. Sometimes, they would glance at Jiang Xi and feel relieved. Jiang Xi remained silent, but his opinion was the same as the other warriors. This floor did not seem to be dangerous. Every ray of light that shot out from the Tao pattern was at the first step heavenly venerate level. As long as one had an 8th-tier defensive treasure, they would be able to withstand it. Could it be that too many people died on the first floor, so the pressure on the second floor lessened? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Soon, he realized that he had guessed wrongly. The warriors in the 5 small worlds also felt much more relaxed. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not too difficult to survive. The 5 warriors were resisting. Since they had survived the first level, they naturally had many treasures on them. Having an 8th-tier defensive treasure was the minimum requirement. Just as they were thinking this, suddenly, rumble. The earth trembled. The earth of the 5 small worlds was trembling. The ground was originally covered in cracks, with crimson liquid flowing through them. At this moment, as the ground trembled, the crimson liquid gushed out of the ground, emitting a terrifying temperature. Perhaps even a universe-level Tao Lord would be instantly incinerated if he fell into it. The 5 Tao Lord warriors did not even think about it. They immediately flew up, not daring to stand on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crimson, scorching liquid quickly gathered together and kept on changing. In an instant, it turned into a towering crimson giant, but it was not over yet. The crimson giant's body began to cool and solidify, turning from liquid to a dark red stone giant. In addition, this stone giant's body had streams of blazing liquid flowing through it. Roar! The 5 crimson stone giants raised their heads and roared angrily. The cracks in the ground continued to pour out crimson liquid, connecting it to the stone giants' bodies. Rumble! The Tao patterns in the skies of the 5 small worlds were constantly emitting light as they blasted downwards. Many rays of light landed on the stone giants' bodies, but they only caused some of the rocks on the stone giants' bodies to fall off. In addition, the rocks that fell off quickly transformed back into crimson liquid and once more gathered on the giants' bodies. In this way, they did not cause any damage at all. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out. The 5 stone giants charged towards the 5 warriors at the same time. They either trampled with their feet, swept out with their fists, or simply charged forward. In just the first exchange of blows, they sent the 5 warriors flying. They're too strong. Just a single blow. At this moment, Jiang Ci and the other warriors, who were still recovering, were shocked when they saw this scene. Although they did not experience it personally, they could easily see what kind of situation the warriors in the 5 small worlds were in. After all, the Tao Lord warriors who could participate in the elite mission were definitely at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable. Those stone giants could send the 5 warriors flying with a single blow. This meant that the stone giant's strength was definitely at the level of a third-step heavenly venerable. And now, it was not just the stone giants. The Tao pattern in the sky of the small worlds was still emitting endless light. Even if the 5 warriors had the strength to dodge the stone giants' attacks, they would not be able to dodge those rays of light. Although they had level 8 armor treasures that could withstand the attack of a third-step heavenly venerable, they could only withstand it for a short period of time. However, he could only hold on for a moment. Boom! Boom! The 5 warriors in the first batch were either knocked down by the rays of light or sent flying by the stone giants. This embarrassing situation and increasing danger made the 4 warriors in Jiang Ci's batch anxious. What should we do? We will definitely face similar dangers. The light of the Tao pattern and the stone giants. It will be difficult for us to survive until the end. Lai Yu and the other 4 warriors were doing their best to recover from their injuries, while worrying deeply. Jiang Ci was still calm and did not seem anxious, but his expression was a little serious. To me, these dangers are nothing. The key is there a third danger after the Tao pattern and the stone giants? Or is there a fourth danger? This was what he was afraid of. Even if he had the combat strength of an invincible heavenly venerable, there would be a time when he would be exhausted after so many consecutive attacks. However, since there is a 10% chance of survival, I will definitely survive, Jiang Ci thought to himself. At most, he would use the 7-fold mountain armor. The 7-fold mountain was now a level 9 treasure that could transform into armor and soul armor to protect the body and essence spirit. Even if he stood there without moving, a third-step heavenly venerable could not do anything to him. The Verdant Cloud Tower was the tallest building in the Divine King Valley. Not far from the Verdant Cloud Tower, there was an ancient 3-story gray palace. There was a group of heavenly venerable guards outside the palace. This was the highest authority of the Divine King Valley. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Grey Palace. In the vast hall, there were 4 enormous thrones. On the leftmost throne, there was a towering figure shrouded in black mist. Waves of evil and terrifying aura escaped from the black mist. As for the other 3 thrones, they were empty. There was no one there. Whoosh! In the middle of the hall, a phantom light screen suddenly appeared, showing the scene on the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud Tower. The 5 Tao Lord warriors were in a sorry state in the miniature world. Trash. A sigh came from the black mist. This batch of warriors is still trash. If this continues, I don't know when we will find the peerless figure that His Majesty the Divine King mentioned. He was one of the 4 commanders of the Divine King Valley. Although he was only an Eternal Supreme, he was also an elite powerhouse. An Eternal Supreme elite was naturally the king of the Eternal Realm. Even if he were to fight against an Eternal Grand Sovereign like Scarlet Swallow, he could still easily kill Scarlet Swallow. Too weak. Their performance on the second level is already so weak. Who knows how many generations of elite warriors have performed better than them. But none of them succeeded. As for them, there is no hope. The towering figure in the black mist sighed. His voice was very old. The Dream Origin Realm was the Divine King's world. The Divine King Valley was the place where the Divine King lived. In fact, no one would trespass here. There was no need to arrange any guards. But he was still arranged here. On one hand, the Divine King trusted him. On the other hand, he was to help the Divine King find the peerless figure who could reach the 9th floor of the Verdant Cloud Tower. It has been too long. We have yet to complete the task that His Majesty the Divine King gave us. If anyone can reach the top of the Verdant Cloud Tower, I will be willing to die immediately. The towering figure's voice was very old. There was a deep sense of guilt towards the Divine King. Is the selection competition in the Dream Origin Realm not enough? Or is it crueler? He murmured again. At this moment, on the light screen in the center of the hall, the other 5 warriors began to be transported to their miniature worlds. In the vast world on the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud Tower, there were streaks of hot air rising from the dark red ground. The hot energy could probably burn a Tao Lord expert to death. In the 5 miniature worlds of the first batch of warriors, roar. The 5 dark red rock giants were incomparably barbaric. They rampaged around and beat the 5 warriors until they were battered and exhausted. On the other side, Jiang Xi and the other 5 warriors were watching carefully. Apart from Riverward, the other 4 warriors had worried looks in their eyes. The rock giants can't be killed. We have to stall for time. The other 4 warriors were also thinking of a solution. They had just experienced the battle on the 1st floor. They did not rest as long as the first batch of warriors. Now, when they were resting, they could see the danger on the 2nd floor in advance. This could be considered a fair compensation. Soon, the 5 warriors in the first batch fought for half an hour in the miniature world. Boom! 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 The light pillars that enveloped Jiang Xi and the other 4 suddenly shook. The power of teleportation appeared and the 5 figures disappeared. Jiang Xi only felt a change in spacetime. He crossed a region and came to a miniature world. Only half an hour of rest? But it's fair to let us know the danger in advance. Jiang Xi looked up at the sky. In the dark clouds above, a huge Tao pattern appeared and covered the sky of the miniature world. Boom! 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 The huge Tao pattern poured down a large amount of light. The power of each light was comparable to the full-strength attack of a first-step Celestial Master. Fortunately, this was just a trial, so the light spread to all regions. If it was concentrated, even an Eternal Supreme would not dare to resist the combined attack of hundreds of millions of light rays. Huh! Jiang Xi looked up at the sky and then waved his sword. Clang! The long sword in his hand blocked an attack. The power of the collision caused Riverward to retreat 6 steps in a row. Clang! Clang! At the same time, he waved his sword and blocked 9 more light rays. Sure enough, all the light rays have the same power. They're all first-step Celestial Masters. Jiang Xi judged in his heart. His current combat strength was between a first-step Celestial Master and a second-step Celestial Master, so it seemed very easy. Rock Giant, hurry up and show yourself. Jiang Xi did not feel any pressure. Purple-patterned golden wings. Then, he took out this treasure and a pair of golden wings with purple patterns appeared on his back. Instantly, the speed and agility of his movement technique increased explosively. In this way, the slanted light rays were even less of a threat to him and he easily dodged them. Rumble, the earth trembled and from those cracks, a scarlet liquid spewed out. Jiang Xi immediately rose into the air and looked down. He saw the scarlet liquid rolling and converging into a huge liquid monster. Then, these monsters cooled and condensed again, turning into a huge dark red rock giant. Roar! The rock giant roared at the sky and charged toward Jiang Xi. Good. Jiang Xi smiled slightly, then his figure flashed and directly faced it with his sword. Boom! The dark red rock giant was close to 300,000 kilometers tall. When it punched down, it was like a huge mountain pressing down. Jiang Xi just waved his sword, and a bright sword light suddenly turned into 1,000,000 feet long and swept out. The third move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture, Heavenly Path Scroll, Destruction and Rebirth. Crash! The resplendent sword light landed on the mountain-like fist, and it was as if a mountain had collapsed. The huge dark red fist was directly chopped off. The rock giant was a third-step celestial master, and Jiang Xi was only a Tao lord. This sword strike alarmed the Eternal Supreme who was secretly watching the battle. Chapter 672. On the third floor of the Grey Palace not far from the Verdant Cloud Brothel. The floating screen was displaying the battle scenes in the 10 small worlds. One could clearly see the situation of the 10 Daolord warriors. There were 4 thrones in the main hall. On the leftmost throne was a towering figure shrouded in black mist. At this moment, the black mist outside the towering figure suddenly tumbled. Sword technique. A voice came from the black mist. Whoosh! The 10 images on the screen were originally side by side. At this moment, the images of the other 9 small worlds shrank instantly. The image showing Jiang Xi rapidly expanded, occupying 90% of the light. This Sword Dao secret technique, how? The Black Mist commander seemed to be completely stunned. As one of the 4 commanders of the Divine King Valley, he had seen countless elite warriors in the Verdant Cloud Brothel. However, this was the first time he had seen someone with such talent in secret techniques. The fusion of 3 heavenly Daos, unheard of, unprecedented. It's already extremely rare to be able to complete the fusion of 3 great Daos, but he actually managed to do it. The Black Mist commander's eyes were sharp. He could tell at a glance that Jiang Xi's dazzling sword light was the fusion of 3 heavenly Daos, including the ultimate sword Dao, the 5 elements heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao of life. Moreover, it wasn't a simple fusion, but a fusion on a deeper level. With the heavenly Dao as the foundation, one can create a rank 6 secret technique at most, which is the limit of a Dao lord. But this warrior used 3 heavenly Daos to create a Sword Dao secret technique, and it's a rank 7 secret technique. He broke through the limit of a Dao Lord's secret technique. As an elite of the eternal level, the Black Mist commander knew what this meant. After cultivating the eternal level to perfection, the Dao technique cultivated would also reach perfection, reaching the end. The next step was to create one's own Dao technique. If one could embark on that path, they could break through and become a supreme expert of the Chaos realm. And the essence of secret techniques was Dao techniques. The warrior in front of him had fused 3 heavenly Daos, allowing his secret technique to break through the limit of a Dao lord. This meant that in the future, this warrior could also use this special method to break through the limit of Dao techniques and create new Dao techniques. He could easily become a supreme expert of the Chaos realm. This is a primordial chaos road. The Black Mist commander exclaimed. He understood, but he didn't understand anything. It wasn't as if no one had ever tried the cultivation method of fusing Daoist techniques. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many peerless geniuses had tried, but at most, they could fuse to the level of the Great Dao, and were unable to continue. No one knew how the fusion of the heavenly Daos would go. Of course, Jiang Xi didn't know that he did it using the experience panel. Why didn't the 4 generals tell me about such a warrior? With such talent, he is definitely the most important seed. It is very likely that he is the peerless figure that His Majesty the Divine King mentioned. Why is it that the list that the 4 generals gave me did not include this warrior? The Black Mist commander was somewhat displeased and angry. His goal in the Divine King's Valley for countless years was to find that peerless character for His Majesty the Divine King. Warrior Galaxy. From the Great Yen Army? So he just joined the army. No wonder the 4 generals didn't tell me. He just joined the army for 10,000 years, but he rushed to participate in the elite mission. It seems like he has absolute confidence. The Black Fog commander quickly ascertained the situation. His voice was filled with joy. The 3 of you, stop sleeping and come over quickly. His voice rumbled through the entire Grey Palace and reached deep underground. Over there, 3 other commanders were in deep slumber. The commanders of the Divine King's Valley did not concern themselves with worldly affairs. They usually stayed in the Divine King's Valley and had nothing to do. Hence, the 4 commanders took turns to look after the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. At the same time, they were in charge of the Divine King's continent. They would only summon the other 3 commanders when there was a special occasion. Boom! 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 3 powerful auras rose, shocking the heavenly venerate guards in the Divine King's Valley. On the 3rd floor of the Grey Palace, there were 4 thrones in the Great Hall. Apart from the one on the far left that was shrouded in black mist, there was another one on the left. A beautiful woman in silver armor sat on the 2nd throne on the left. Her eyes seemed to be the source of all light. With just a glance, one would be immersed in a world of light. On the throne next to her sat a tall and burly crimson armor commander. He exuded a boundless domineering aura. On the far right was a ferocious beast covered in black scales. This ferocious beast had 2 pairs of faces. Each face had a single eye. It was extremely demonic. You 3, look at that sword-wielding warrior. The Black Mist commander pointed at the light. The 3 commanders who had just woken up from their long slumber all looked at the screen of light floating in the air. They were also filled with anticipation. After all, when the Divine King had left, he had ordered them to find a peerless figure who could reach the top of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. They had been waiting for this for far too long. Oh! This Downlord warrior hasn't even used his body or primordial spirit, but he's already able to contend with a 3rd-step heavenly venerate stone giant. No, look at his swordsmanship. This warrior's swordsmanship is actually a fusion of heavenly Daos. 3 heavenly Daos fused together. The 3 commanders looked at Jiang Xi on the screen of light and easily determined the profoundness of Jiang Xi's swordsmanship. As for the other 9 warriors, they only glanced at them and did not want to look anymore. In their long years of guarding the Divine King Valley, they had seen countless elite warriors. Naturally, they would not be attracted if they did not reach a certain level. Next, they watched carefully. As time passed slowly, the 3 commanders fell silent. This was because in the screen of light, the sword-wielding red-armored warrior with a pair of wings on his back was extremely agile as he attacked the stone giant from all sides. Every sword strike caused great damage to the stone giant. He was completely toying with and crushing the stone giant. A Tao Lord was toying with a 3rd-step heavenly venerate. During this process, the 3 commanders at the Eternal Supreme level had a clearer understanding of the dazzling sword light. Even I am a little moved by it. The burly and domineering blood-armored commander sighed. His swordsmanship is actually so profound? You are a Chaos Origin Divine General. How can you be moved by it? The other 3 commanders were astonished. When the Divine King had left, he had chosen the 4 of them to be the commanders of the Divine King Valley. This was because they were all elites at the eternal level and had reached the eternal limit during these long years. One of them had created his own Tao technique and broke through to become a Chaos Origin Divine General. He was at the same level as the 4 great generals. However, according to the orders of the Divine King, the 4 of them had to guard the Divine King Valley and search for peerless figures. They were not allowed to leave the Dream Origin realm. Just like the 4 great generals, although they were Chaos Origin Divine Generals, they were not allowed to leave the Dream Origin realm. Of course, after the Divine King left, some Chaos Origin Divine Generals had tried to leave the Dream Origin realm. However, those who had left rashly had never returned. Not to mention that, at this very moment, the 4 great commanders were all subdued by Riverward's sword technique. Given their experience, they could see that this was a primordial chaos road, and an extraordinary one at that. Once one became a Chaos Origin Divine General through this path, his strength would definitely be at the top of his peers. He would be invincible. Perhaps, he has a chance to reach the top of the Verdant Cloud building. The blood-armored commander at the Chaos Origin Divine General level was full of expectations. As soon as he said this, the other 3 commanders quieted down and the atmosphere became a little tense. They all stared at the light and did not dare to relax for a moment. Completing the mission given by the Divine King was more important than breaking through to the Chaos Origin Divine General level or even their lives. On the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud building, 10 small worlds were scattered around the vast dark red land. The 5 warriors in the first batch were already in a very difficult situation and could only hold on bitterly. The 5 warriors in the second batch, including Jiang Xi, were also in a difficult situation. However, they were in a much better state because they had only fought for a short period of time. Especially Jiang Xi, he looked very relaxed. From the moment he was teleported to the small world until now, he had not consumed any energy at all. He was still in peak condition. He could fight against a 3rd-step celestial master with the annihilation of the 3 heaven Tao and the rank 8 purple striped golden wings. The 5 warriors in the first batch seem to be reaching their limits. If this goes on, it will not be long before warriors start to die. Jiang Xi observed the situation of the other 9 small worlds. Perhaps only he dared to pay attention to the surroundings at this critical moment. Roar! 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 Suddenly, 5 angry howls sounded. In the small worlds of the 5 warriors in the first batch, the 5 huge rock giants were roaring at the sky. The sound was mournful and crazy. It was completely different from the previous battle. It was very strange and could even affect the primordial spirits of the warriors. As for Jiang Xi's group of 5 warriors, their small worlds did not have such abnormal changes. However, when they heard the sound, their hearts trembled and they could not help but look into the distance. Accompanied by the mournful howls, the 5 warriors in the first batch began to panic and felt the arrival of danger. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the small worlds of the 5 warriors changed greatly. A huge rock palm stretched out from the cracks in the earth not far from the rock giants. The 5 rock palms were surrounded by boiling red liquid. Each of them was 1,000,000 kilometers wide. The rock palms that stretched out had thick arms that were constantly growing longer. In fact, they were constantly stretching out from the ground. The whole process was extremely short. Without any warning, they directly grabbed the 5 warriors. Ah! Among the 5 warriors in the first batch, a tribal warrior was about to dodge but was caught by the rock palms. The large stone hand gripped the warrior tightly. At this time, the ancient patterns in the sky began to descend. Moreover, the light that poured down became even more terrifying, giving the warriors less time to dodge. Roar! The rock giants also roared and punched the warrior who was caught. Boom! The terrifying hammering made the warrior feel extreme pain. Even though he had an 8th-tier armor treasure, he was almost at the limit of what he could endure. Bang! 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 The rock palms grabbed and the rock giants hammered wildly, causing the warrior's state to deteriorate. Open! 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 The warrior struggled hard. His body, primordial spirit, Taoist techniques, Dharma treasures, and other means were all used to resist. Whoosh! Finally, when the rock giants smashed a crack in the rock palms, he took the opportunity to escape. The rock palms disappeared. The warrior was relieved. However, his state had deteriorated by more than half. It was difficult for him to resist. Roar! At this moment, a large stone hand reached out from the crack in the earth without any warning and grabbed at him. No! The warrior was in despair. At the same time, the other 4 warriors in the first batch were also in a similar desperate situation. If they were in a difficult situation before, now they were in a real life and death crisis. It was completely one-sided. The rock palms, the rock giants, and the descending patterns made the 5 warriors despair. Even with 8th-tier armor treasures, they couldn't hold on for long. Oh no! We're in big trouble. The 5 warriors are in danger now. It won't be long before we'll be in danger too. The other 4 warriors in Jiang Xi's batch were all in a panic. Only Jiang Xi was calm. However, he was also thinking about the situation they would face next. The rock palms appeared without warning. But if you look closely, you'll find that the rock palms only appear around the rock giants. Once they're caught, the patterns in the sky will descend and reduce the warrior's reaction time. That means as long as we're not caught and don't let the rock giants get close to us, there won't be much danger, Jiang Xi thought. Of course, it wasn't difficult for him. However, it was a hopeless situation for the other warriors. It's so dangerous. Warriors will definitely die. Jiang Xi shook his head. Just as Jiang Xi thought, with the appearance of the rock palms, the 5 warriors in the first batch were in a more difficult situation. From time to time, a warrior would be caught by the rock palms and then hammered by the rock giants. The patterns in the sky were also descending rapidly. Every ray of light released by the patterns was comparable to a first-step celestial master's full-strength attack. If they were hit by a large number of rays at the same time, they wouldn't be able to withstand it even with 8th-tier armor treasures. No! The tribal warrior was caught by the rock palms again. Boom! Then, the rock giants hammered him crazily. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, countless rays of light from the patterns came down. Ah! In an instant, with a desperate howl, the tribal warrior turned into nothingness, leaving behind a pile of treasures scattered on the ground. The rock giants roared excitedly. Then, they turned into red liquid again and flowed into the cracks in the ground. The treasures were also sucked in. After everything dissipated, the small world also disappeared. There were only 9 small worlds left on the ground of the second level. The 4 warriors in the first batch were even more panicked. It's not over yet. I've reached my limit. The test of the second level should be over, right? The 4 warriors were very anxious. Other than Jiang Xi, the other 4 warriors in Riverward's group were also nervous. We have to conserve our energy and maintain our condition. We can't get hurt, or we won't survive the second level. Just as they were feeling uneasy, roar! A shrill and crazy sound rang in their ears. The 5 small worlds in their batch also changed greatly. The rock palms began to condense. Chapter 673. On the second floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. In Jiang Xi's group of 5 small worlds, a huge stone hand with red liquid on its surface emerged from the ground. Why are they so fast? We came in much later than them. Apart from Jiang Xi, the other 4 warriors were anxious. They were about half an hour later than the previous batch of warriors and were transported to the small worlds. However, the appearance of the stone hand was only 10 minutes later than the previous batch of warriors. In other words, they encountered the stone hand 20 minutes earlier. Whoosh! Jiang Xi flapped his golden wings and dodged the stone hand that suddenly appeared. At the same time, his sword landed on the stone giant's body. Compared to the other 4 warriors, he was very calm and relaxed. He even relied on the agility brought by his purple-patterned golden wings to prevent the countless rays of light from touching him. However, when the stone hand appeared, the Dao pattern also began to descend, restricting his movement space and reducing his reaction time. Finally, more and more rays of light began to fall on Jiang Xi's body. 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays, this was equivalent to 1,000 first-step heavenly venerables attacking at the same time. Even a true third-step heavenly venerables would be half dead after being attacked by 1,000 first-step heavenly venerables. 8 lives, cloud annihilation. Jiang Xi finally couldn't help but use a small part of his body and essence spirit to erupt. The realm of his body and essence spirit immediately increased by 10 times. In the ancient Grey Hall, the 4 commanders of the godly King Valley, 1 Chaos Essence Divine General, and 3 Eternal Supremes were all staring at the light screen, watching Jiang Xi's performance in the small world. Ha! This warrior Mountain Sea is finally willing to use his eruption technique. As a warrior of the Special Army, the basic inheritance has a body and essence spirit eruption technique. The other warriors have already used it. He can really endure it. He waited until now to use it. The 4 commanders laughed when they saw Jiang Xi's changes on the light screen. Once he used his body and essence spirit eruption technique, Jiang Xi's physical strength, defense, and speed suddenly soared. As for his primordial spirit, as his primordial spirit grew stronger, the might of the secret techniques he executed also increased explosively. Previously, it had been a little strenuous, but in an instant, it became easy again. In mid-air, he dealt with the stone hand and the stone giant at the same time, and then dodged the Dao pattern light. The entire process was effortless. A few more minutes passed. The Dao pattern in the sky was descending lower and lower, gradually forcing Jiang Xi to get closer to the ground. There was less and less space for him to dodge. The second trial won't pose any difficulty to this Mountain Sea warrior. His body and soul haven't been drained at all. There's definitely no problem. The 4 commanders all nodded lightly. On the second floor of the Verdant Cloud building, in the 9 small worlds. It's not over yet. In the front group of warriors, the young warrior wearing dark red armor was desperately dodging and flying. In his miniature world, the Dao pattern had already descended to a height of 1,000,000 kilometers from the ground. At this height, he couldn't fly too high. The rock hand itself was millions of kilometers wide. If they were not careful, they would be caught. Bam! Bam! The Dao pattern light that poured down continuously hit the young warrior. Whoosh! The rock hand suddenly stretched out again. No! The young warrior desperately dodged. However, he found that he had no space to dodge. The huge palm that was millions of kilometers wide had just stretched out of the ground and directly caught him. My body and soul have been drained too much. Even if I dodge with all my strength, I can't avoid it. The young warrior was desperate. He waved the saber in his hand with all his might, trying to split the rock hand and find a chance to escape. Boom! 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 The dark red stone giant rushed up and hammered wildly with its fists. In an instant, hundreds of punches had landed, reducing the young warrior's aura to the lowest. Whoosh! Finally, the young warrior escaped from the gap between the rock hand and flew out with a whoosh. But at this moment, hundreds of rays of light flew over from the sky. It's over. The young warrior's face was pale. Whoosh! The young warrior was instantly drowned in the light and turned into nothingness, leaving behind some supreme treasures and other things. Another warrior had fallen. About half a minute after the young warrior had fallen. Whoosh! 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 Of the 5 warriors from the previous batch, the small worlds that enveloped the 3 survivors suddenly dissipated. The stone giant also turned into a red liquid and flowed into the cracks in the ground. Everything disappeared without a trace. The 3 surviving warriors were stunned. They were originally facing a desperate situation, but the pressure was suddenly lifted. Ha! I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm ready to welcome death. It's over. It's finally over. The 3 surviving warriors cried and laughed. The desperate situation just now was no different from death. Of the 3 of them, the worst was not even 1,000th of his peak state. The best was only 100th. Therefore, they quickly woke up from their excitement and joy. This is not good. We're so weak now. This is only the 2nd floor of the verdant cloud brothel. There's still the 3rd floor, the 4th floor. How are we going to survive? Yes, we're already so weak. Even if we're given time to recover, it's hard to recover much. Next, it's still a desperate situation. The 3 warriors were very worried. If we're weak, the other warriors are weak as well. That's fair. Who knows, the verdant cloud brothel might even provide us with treasures that can help us recover. What do you mean the other warriors are weak as well? Look, that warrior from the Great Yen army is still crushing the stone giant. One of the warriors pointed into the distance with a grim expression. The other 2 warriors looked over as well. Then, they saw a red-armored warrior holding a long sword toying with the stone giant in the small world. At the same time, he perfectly dodged the stone giant's hand and the Tao veins. He's so strong. The 3 warriors looked at each other. Swoosh! 3 pillars of light descended and shrouded the 3 surviving warriors. In an instant, they disappeared. They've gone to the 3rd floor. Riverward saw this scene. However, the 3 of them have weakened to a very low level. I reckon our batch is about the same. Indeed, the development of the situation was just as Jiang Xi had expected. As the ancient Tao veins continued to descend, the situation of the 5 warriors in their batch worsened. Some of them began to die. A moment later, the test ended. Surprisingly, there were 3 survivors in their batch. We survived. Ha! We survived. The other 2 warriors were overjoyed. However, when they saw Jiang Xi, they immediately retreated. It was as though Jiang Xi was more dangerous than the small world. Jiang Xi glanced at them. His gaze fell on the tall and thin warrior, Liu. He chuckled and said, "You're lucky. You're still alive." Liu's heart skipped a beat. Regret welled up in his heart again. He knew Shan Hai was holding a grudge. Swoosh! Another 3 pillars of light descended and transported Jiang Xi and the others to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the verdant cloud pavilion was a vast grassland. When Jiang Xi and the others appeared, they saw a group of warriors. The 4th batch is here. What a coincidence. The 4th batch is the same as the 3rd. 3 of them survived. Voices rang in the air. As soon as Jiang Xi appeared, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. He saw figures scattered in the distance. Some were warriors from the tribes, some were beasts. There were quite a number of them. At a glance, there were as many as 11 people on the grassland, including him, 11 warriors. Jiang Xi thought to himself, there are 6 survivors from the 3rd and 4th batches. It seems like the other 5 warriors are from the 1st and 2nd batches. Jiang Xi guessed, if that's the case, the 3rd floor of the verdant cloud pavilion is meant for all batches of warriors to gather. At the same time, he swept his gaze across the warriors. Swoosh! 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 The survivors from the third and fourth batches were so frightened that their expressions changed. They teleported far away. Some of them even unleashed their spacetime domains to control the spacetime around them. They were on high alert. The warriors from the first and second batches were shocked. They were not fools. They immediately realized that the warrior from the Great Yen army was not ordinary. Just a look from him was enough to scare the warriors away. Clearly, he was not on the same level as them. We should be careful too. Even the warriors from the third and fourth batches are so afraid. This warrior from the Great Yen army must be terrifyingly powerful. Although the warriors from the first and second batches did not know how powerful Jiang Xi was, they still teleported away out of caution. Then, they unleashed their spacetime domains to control the spacetime around them. Jiang Xi merely shook his head and chuckled when he saw this. Time passed. Days went by. On the sixth day, the fifth batch of survivors arrived at the third floor. A moment later, the 3 survivors from the sixth batch arrived as well. Just like that, 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. A total of 37 warriors had gathered on the grassland on the third floor of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Some of the new warriors knew some of the warriors from the first and fourth batches. After some discussion, they knew how terrifying the Great Yen army warrior was. Hence, many of the warriors stayed away from him. Naturally, there were still those who were confident. They did not think much of Jiang Xi. You're so scared of a mere tribal warrior. A plant life form with luxuriant foliage said. Its body was covered in crimson flowers. The largest flower had eyes and a mouth. It said disdainfully, before I joined the army, I've already killed tens of thousands of tribal warriors. As it spoke, the plant life form looked at Riverward provocatively. Your body is 100 million kilometers tall. Of course, you're not afraid of him. If we had a body like yours, we wouldn't be afraid of him either. Some of the warriors in the distance said with a smile. Provocation, fear, indifference, Jiang Xi ignored the various attitudes of the other warriors. He waited quietly with an indifferent expression on his face. Finally, with the appearance of 3 more survivors, there was finally some movement on the grassland on the third floor of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Rumble. A huge vortex suddenly appeared on the grassland. It rippled like water. Its diameter was 100 million kilometers. The 40 surviving warriors all looked up at the sky whiz. Space-time rippled and vibrated. No matter where Jiang Xi and the 40 warriors were, they were instantly teleported to the bottom of the vortex. Whoosh! 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 The huge vortex in the sky suddenly released light screens that surrounded a large area on the grassland. This area was 100 million kilometers in diameter and was completely isolated from the outside world. It corresponded perfectly with the vortex above. Whoosh! In the middle of the vortex in the sky, a huge light sword suddenly appeared. It seemed to be made entirely of light. The huge light sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It was staring at the warriors below and seemed to be able to see through everyone's hearts. For a moment, Jiang Xi and the other warriors felt their primordial spirits freeze. At this moment, an old voice sounded. The first 3 floors of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion are dangerous. As long as you pass the 3rd floor alive, there will be no more danger. From the 4th floor onwards, there will be all kinds of benefits, inheritances, rewards, and so on. The higher you go, the greater the benefits. Of course, you must pass the 3rd floor alive. Hearing this voice, many of the 40 warriors were filled with anticipation. Only the 3rd floor was dangerous. After that, there would be all kinds of opportunities and benefits. At this moment, the old voice continued to reverberate in the minds of the warriors. Based on the performance of the 40 warriors in the first 2 floors, only 15 of you can survive the 3rd floor. The 15 warriors who survive can enter the 4th floor and obtain many benefits. This time, even Jiang Xi was surprised. This level had a limit on the number of survivors. As for the warriors who were originally filled with anticipation, they began to worry once again. Being able to survive to the 3rd floor was already proof of their talent and strength. But in this level, more than half of them would die. With only 15 people, except for a few, most of the warriors did not have the confidence to say that they could survive this level. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there were 2 explosions. Huge branches and leaves spread out. The long branches and leaves had a dazzling golden light as they whipped a tribal warrior. The tribal warrior's strength was not even 1% of his peak strength. Under such a sudden attack, he was annihilated into nothingness. What? It killed the other warriors. The survivors were all shocked. Jiang Xi also frowned slightly. He glanced over and saw that it was the plant life form that had attacked. The Verdant Cloud Brothel said that only 15 of us can survive, but they did not forbid us from killing each other. Now that we've killed one more, we've killed one more opponent. Ha! Die! The plant life form laughed wantonly as its branches and leaves began to dance wildly. At this moment, everyone had just gone through the torture of the small world on the 2nd floor. Many of the warriors were in a severely injured state and had not recovered. The weakest one was not even 1% of his peak strength. Run! The severely injured warriors hurriedly fled in all directions, trying to keep a distance from the stronger warriors. However, the vortex in the sky covered an area of 1 billion kilometers and a light screen descended. They could not escape at all. No matter how they fled, they were still in this area. For a moment, the space under the vortex became chaotic. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.